and we're gonna start like this. All right. Do you have to go through a process to tell me you're live, or am I just live right now as I'm speaking?
Uh, you should be live right now as you're speaking. That gives me the
Nice.
opportunity to go grab the link and make the post for it.
No chilling. Cool. Well, there you go. I realized that I haven't fixed my model since last time.
Oh. Oh, so you're
And
still tiny on the screen. One open.
it is, it is one of the things of all ages. Oh, do I have like numlock or something?
Uh,
Oh, yeah, yeah, I fixed it. I fixed it. Sorry, I forgot I had like numlock on here. Here, hold up. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
all right.
Okay, cool. I got my emote packs. Cool. I'm gonna have to remember what emotes which emote for sure. Okay, it's this one and this one. Okay.
Okay. Let me
All
get.
right. I guess that's as smooth of a start to a stream as it's gonna get.
Okay.
That's very funny. And if you can yet, you're gonna might have to go into the settings and unlist the live stream. Um,
Uh,
do you
it
want to go like
it was
fully
public.
unlisted?
I said it to public. You're live.
Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad. Well, thank you.
No, no, it's fine. It's fine. And no
Well,
problem.
yes, yes, yes. So, this is like a weird way to start a live stream. I guess I'm not really like a typical VTuber. Honestly, at this point, I'm closer to kind of Beetle shenanigans than any actual VTuber debut. Um, but hello, everybody.
Yeah. VTubers have their own thing. We got ours.
Mhm. Yeah, yes, yes, yes. But yes, yes. Hello, hello. I am the funny croak man. Um, you can call me Pal. That's the name of this little guy.
Okay. All right, pal.
And I am a frog slave for the Final Croak company, the studio company. We do make games, and I happen to be one of the bigger people who make games for that studio.
You do look
Um,
rather large.
yes, yes. I'm quite large, depending on your kind of camera perspective, you know. So,
This is
I'm
funny because I
glad.
know what he looks like in real life.
So, it's very pleasant to be live streaming for the first time. I haven't live streamed in a very long time, very long time. And this is the first time I'm proper debuting as a frog person. And so typically, wait, hold up, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's do the live stream reveal. So,
Oh my god.
here you got my little toes, you got my little feetsies. Okay, you
I
can see my
see
little
it, man. You
feetsies.
don't need to be on the ceiling for this.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I'm more of a no nonsense kind of guy for this kind of stuff, anyways. But I am glad if you guys were able to make it to this live stream. This is the first ever live stream for Final Croak. Um, our demo just released about 2 weeks ago ish, and we have assembled a lot of things that we're gonna need to be doing over the course of the next few weeks. And I wanted to get started on that over the course of today. And so we will be doing some programming, but more importantly, we're also going to be talking about some behind the scenes of the game. And so I have some stuff prepared for you guys. I'm very excited, very excited for it. And I am excited to show you guys what I will be working on today.
Oh, that I want to
So,
know.
oh yeah, yeah. You guys will get to see more of my emotes throughout the entire live stream, but I promise throughout the entire live stream, you guys will get to see all of them. And I will be slowly revealing it as I will be programming. So, typically, I'd have a funny notepad for this, so I'll bring out the funny notepad. Okay. Let's switch over to the next scene. Oh. So today, before we begin talking, I do have my moderator friend joining me today. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Mr. Davis. I will be making sure everything goes correctly, but you will still be able to have fun here.
All right, we start in small, so having a friend to join me for today is gonna be really nice. Mr. Davis is gonna be my little toad helper and assistant throughout most of today. Although I'm not sure if you'll be sticking around for most of the day. But
I'll stick around for as long as I can, and I'll try to be here at the end at least.
Nice. So,
Oh wait, I'm a toad. But
oh, if one of us had to do it, one of us definitely had to do it. Okay, and it wasn't gonna be me. So let's get our music in here.
yeah, my crook brings out the my crook brings all the frogs to the yard, dude.
Your croaks. You must be a very popular frog then.
Yeah. You ever heard of Frogger?
No, I've never heard of Frogger.
I'm not him.
Well, that's how it goes around here. Let's see if we can play some nice music. Ooh. I got it. Ooh, dark spooky music. I realized that I have way too much of the epic video game adventure music. Or the generic royalty free music.
Yeah. Do you want our music department to get on that, or you good with that?
We'll definitely get the music department on it. It's just more of when, we got them working pretty hard on OSTs for our game already. I'd hate to make them work anymore for anything else, especially since we're not quite ready yet.
I'm actually surprised we're not using the OSTs that they've already made for our game.
Well, the OSTs they're making for the game, and we will be actually showing them later for people who are more active in our later streams. But we're trying to bring them through a vetting process before we just show them to the world. Plus, they will be sold, so people actually can buy the OST separately from our game.
Okay.
So, part of it's that, but the other part of it is also just we want to save it. It's a nice surprise.
Hey, that's a surprise.
Anyways, so
Notepad here.
yes, we got a nice notepad here. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a nice little list of things that we gotta do today. Oh, I'm gonna need to find a nice frog font too. That's gonna be. I'm quite interested in that. But today, we gotta do some. Oh wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's talk a little bit about the game. Here. So, as you guys know, or for the people definitely tuning into the live stream, we've been working on a game for a past while now. And this game is called Eye of the Beholder. You see here, we've been working on it just for a little bit, and I'll actually pause my music for this. Oh, my VTuber model does not like that.
I think your VTuber model is being rendered with your GPU at the same time, so it's got to deal with both of them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, here. I can fix that. There you go. And a nice lowering of my graphics settings. Ain't no hurt nobody.
You should probably change the graphics that this game loads in.
Oh, for sure. I have it auto detect right now. So what it actually does is it takes your current graphics settings. Oh. Oh, it did not like that. Oh. Oh, it shrunk. It shrunk everything. Whoa. I definitely didn't program it to do that.
Honey, Hal shrunk the game again.
We shrunk the game. Oh gosh. Okay, well. Whoa.
Yeah, there's still definitely a bunch of kinks we gotta get out while streaming.
Oh yeah, this is definitely one of those. I think it's quite angry at us right now. I will need to task manager it. Oh no, it fixed itself. Is it fixing itself? Whoa. Oh, there you go. Thumbs up. Yeah, I kind of. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely because I also have Unreal Engine open. Oops.
Maybe you can knock down your triple clocking to double clocking, man.
Well, my room's definitely heating up from all that, I will admit. But yeah, let's start by explaining Eye of the Beholder. So, Eye of the Beholder is a game where you go around in a nice girl's mind and relive trauma and throw your magic eye, and you solve puzzles and fight scary monsters. It's pretty simple, but our demo has been quite busy. So we've gotten a lot of feedback recently, and we're about like 4 months into development. Nothing crazy, but we've gotten a lot of feedback, and today I was gonna be talking a little bit about it, and also to better catalog everything that we've been doing, cause I've been working all on my own for so long, and now I'm getting people and dragging people, all my fellow toads and tadpoles, to join me for my explorations of our code base.
Okay. We're gonna call them. Got it.
Toads and tadpoles. Toads and tadpoles today. But yes. So there's a lot wrong with their demo. And I'll slowly kind of work through that as we go. But the key parts of what we're going to be doing today is actually resolving some tech debt. So I'm now giving a little light explanation of what iBeholder is. Let's talk a little bit about tech debt.
As a fellow tax avoider, yes, we do not like that.
Yes, we definitely don't speak on behalf of the company when it comes to committing tax fraud.
No.
Yeah, we do that on our own.
There will be a bit of satire in this stream.
Just a little bit of satire, right? And so
just the ever so slightest amount.
And just actually, since we're on that conversation, we'll set some ground rules. Obviously, this is a programming stream, and we'll probably put this into VOD for the future peoples who are watching. But we'll try to keep it at least below 18. No need to make it all ages general. It's definitely not for kids, anybody who watches Unreal Engine tutorial videos or developer streams. But we'll try to keep everything below board. No politics. We're making games out here. And any dramas and stuff like that, we do have room to talk about, but we're here to make games, and we're here to design games. And so we'll try to keep everything kind of on task, and my little friend Davis over here is going to be helping me out with that.
Of course.
Yeah. So, back to the topic. So we got some tech debt that we gotta have to settle. And just as a little bit of a footnote here, we did a lot of very, very fast development. And very, very fast, I mean a lot of grinding. A lot of all-nighters to get the demo out around the same time that Steam Next Fest came out to sync up our release date with more popular indie games. Suffice to say, that did not work out as well as we wanted it to. It turns out making games with deadlines is a little hard.
Yeah, no, you'll be running around so much your cats will never be more to find.
Yep. And I've got good calves now. Good calves for frogs, that's for sure. And so we made a lot of problems, and usually what happens when you rush code is it generates some problems. Specifically problems for future people who want to code more on top of it. A lot of developers call this spaghetti code. Some people just call it word vomit. I call it tech debt, because I'm all fancy business frog today. Okay.
Oh, we should get you a suit and tie.
Yeah. Oh, wait, can I get myself a suit and tie? Do we have one of those? It's fine. We'll wait for the budget. We'll wait for our budget to go up.
Oh, can we just make a cheap PNG where we just find some image of a guy in a suit and tie, cut out his head, and just attach it to your character?
Yeah, I mean, the closest thing I got to that is this nice leaf. I got a leaf. Take it or leave it. Here. They'll wear it like
okay, leaf tie. Let's go.
There you go. Now I'm all business-like. I'm a business frog doing business things.
Okay. Clock in.
Yes. We're clocking in. So, the tech debt is going to be the big thing that we're going to need to handle. Oh, it looks like our reactive source. Oh, there it's back. Okay. That's chilling. That's chilling. But yes. So our tech debt needs some resolutions, meaning we basically have to go in through a lot of the code base today and just double check that everything works as we wanted it to, kind of isolated. Going over some of our oldest pieces of code and seeing if it's compatible with our newest pieces of code, which is honestly gonna probably cause me a little bit of a headache. But apart from that, it's gonna be a lot of sanity checking. Today, the tech debt that we're actually going to be trying to handle is my worst nightmare: levers and gates. And I have no idea how long it's going to take me to fix that for today. But we're going to be working on a test level, trying to see everything involved with the levers and the gates in our game. And obviously, levers and gates are pretty simple in a game, but if you start making stuff like puzzle games, is what we're gonna actually be moving into soon, there's kind of a lot involved with making sure that the levers and the gates always work the way you want it to, and more importantly, support all of the future features that we have in store for you guys for the full version of the game. So levers and gates is just the start. And obviously I've already done some work just to make sure that everything is more or less intact, although you'd be surprised by how unintact our code base was at the end of our demo development. It was not a pretty sight, that's for sure. But we have all of our other little toads and tadpoles working very hard to fix up many other parts of our code today. Assuming we're lucky enough to finish our levers and gates today, we are going to be moving over to do other stuff. Specifically, I believe, let me look at my little leaf Padlet here. We're going to be fixing some bugs. We got some big bugs. I'm a frog.
Bugs in here.
Yeah, I'm a frog. I like eating bugs. And
Fortunately, these bugs sting.
these bugs fight back. They fight back bad. Yeah. So we got a pretty good list. We got a significant amount of responses from the people who both played our demo and a lot of our internal playtesters who gave us a lot of information on stuff that they just did not really like in our game. And so we're gonna start out with some of the worst bugs, stuff like bugs that make the game unplayable, or really or just kind of really unfun. And then we'll be moving down to like bugs that are more of just like visuals or nitpicks, which we do want to acknowledge and definitely work on, but there's definitely a clear hierarchy with how deep we want to go into this kind of stuff. And we'll be talking more about our criteria for that later. We got a little nice tier list on this one. With that in mind, that should make kind of the first half of our little live stream today. And we'll continue the nice, soothing, calming music, I hope. There you go. And yeah. And as I'm gonna be working, I'll be taking it slow. I'm trying to make this a nice intro for people as well who've never or who don't really know too much about game development, but kind of just kind of casually want to get into it.
I got a quick question. How are you gonna handle the tier list part?
Oh, we have a little nice document for it. Our little typewriters in the back have been working very hard to create lists and categorize most of our bugs by quality and quantity, and putting them in very, very large and very scary spreadsheets. Honestly, they're quite intimidating. So
more intimidating than the bugs?
A little bit. Well, it's not really too much, but if you put it all in one piece of paper, it definitely gets a little intimidating, and that's for sure.
Well, you heard it here, folks. Crunching numbers is definitely a lot scarier than fixing bugs.
Yeah, I'm a frog. I program games. I don't really do math. Math's kind of hard, for sure.
Yeah, math hurts my brain sometimes.
Yeah. So, just to get started, for people who've never really used Unreal Engine before, it's kind of like a super popular engine used for 3D development. I'm not gonna go super into the weeds of it. I actually probably will link some tutorials though, if you guys are interested in it. And I may do it for future streams as we do maybe coding following alongs, but no promises obviously. But if you guys do want to recommend some stuff for us to do in the future, definitely don't mind. A lot of what we have today is kind of a stripped down version of our game. This is not the same game as our demo, and I won't be showing off the source code for the demo for obvious reasons. But this is a test area, kind of like a development platform where we can kind of just mess around, have some fun, fix some bugs. And if any of what we do today is sufficiently good enough, we're basically going to be moving it over to the actual main development platform off stream. And you guys may even see some of the stuff I worked on in the final version of the game. So, my higher up tadpole parents, as I would like to call it, very, very big tadpoles, mind you, have been kind of helping me practice for today and practice for programming in a public. So I'm a little bit nervous. This is the first time I've really ever programmed in front of an audience of people. So I do hope you guys bear with me for this part. But
it's all right. There are no bears here.
Oh yeah, there are no bears.
Yeah, listen, man, you're a frog. I think you'll float just fine.
Are all frogs buoyant? I guess if they wanted to be. What if I don't want to be buoyant? What if I just want to sink?
If you like the cold of the water, you like the cold of the water. There's nothing more to it.
There's no reason why I have to abide by any of them. Any of the other frogs and what they do.
Yeah,
I won't follow the peer pressure. Grow wings. I'll think about it. That sounds like a cool idea. But yeah. So, basically, as far as we've been working on for the past few days. Oh, I just realized when I switched to Unreal Engine, the model starts lagging quite a bit. Here, there might.
Yeah, maybe because Unreal Engine 5 isn't really optimized for streaming.
I had this working last time. I think I actually. Hold up.
Check your settings.
Yeah. Let me see. And I'll push up the priority to high on these just so that it isn't ever pushed down. But a large part of it as well could just be some settings. So let me see. USB settings, mouse settings. Ooh, it's got some microphone settings here too. Yeah, it gets quite a bit laggy when I tab into Unreal Engine.
Yeah.
Although that did make it slightly better.
Do you have Task Manager open to check to see what's full and everything?
Yeah, I have it. I have Task Manager open. We're currently 60/60 on everything, so we're definitely not hitting a bottleneck. I think it's just throttling VTube Studio.
It might be. Yeah, check your VTube Studio settings.
I'm not really sure if there are any settings for throttling for VTuber Studio. Well, didn't imagine this is gonna show up. We had tested this so thoroughly before we'd live streamed, but obviously this stuff only pops up when you're actually trying it out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Almost like
that's
game
how it
development.
goes. It is actually almost exactly like game development in a way.
So it looks like we're fixing the bugs in our stream first.
Yeah, I guess so. There's probably something here we could use. Locked screen rotation. Oh, they have built-in Discord Reactive now on Oh, that's cool. Yeah, they have built-in Discord Reactive now on all of the VTube Studio tools.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
useless for us, but
yeah, we should definitely try that out in private.
I guess there has to be. Hold up. Here, let me play around. Let me play around with this real quick. Oh. Hold up. I guess we're gonna be playing around with this today. Well, we kinda expected something like this to happen. But what I'm thinking for what we're gonna try is I'm gonna probably try to switch it to a virtual webcam. So it uses a completely different like way of capturing my VTuber model. And just seeing if that helps at all. Who knows?
Maybe. Oh.
Here. I'm gonna tab in to my Unreal Engine.
There's two. Oh no.
It is lagging. Oh, it is still very much lagging.
There's two on screen. Oh my god.
There is in fact two on the screen right now. Yeah, that's not gonna work either. It completely culls any other thing that's running in the background. Is this why people don't VTuber while Unreal Engine is running?
I haven't. I'll say this: I haven't seen one for Unreal Engine yet.
Oh, so I'm original and everything too.
I don't know. I don't know about
Wow.
original. But if I may reach out to other people that do stream with Unreal Engine and VTube at the same time, see what they use at the same time.
That's fair. I can try to disable the VFX and see if that improves the performance of VTuber Studio. I'm not really sure if that's gonna help at all, but it'll make me look really ugly.
Yeah,
But I think it's worth a shot. It's worth a shot. Let's turn it off. Wow. Oh no.
oh my god, he's so green.
I'm so green. Oh, and I'm still laggy. I'm in Unreal Engine right now. It's a little bit better.
A little bit.
And let me turn it back on. Honestly, it's kind of the same.
Yeah.
Oh no. I didn't think about this. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Hold up, hold up. No. I thought it would initially was maybe the face tracking. Like the face tracking had some problems, like the frame rate would drop, but now the face tracking is perfectly fine. I don't think there's any issues with the face tracking. No, I think it is just VTuber Studio. Okay, I have an idea then. It might be a task manager thing. Let's shrink my little boy real quick.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna put it on a super duper high priority setting, and I hope that doesn't murder my computer. I'm sure nothing's gonna go wrong.
If the stream suddenly ends, everybody knows what happened.
I'm sure nothing's gonna go wrong here. Oh boy, I'm changing like 8 things to real time. Okay, if this doesn't fix it, I got no clue.
If this doesn't fix it, we just persist. We just deal with it.
Okay. So let me shrink this, and then here you go. You guys can see my frame rate live. I'm gonna switch over to Unreal Engine now. And it's worse. I think it actually might be better now. Oh yeah,
It's a little bit better.
it is a little bit better. Okay. I don't want to spend too much time on this. So, what we're gonna do is my good sir, Mr. Davis, if you would like to help me find a solution to this while I program, that would be appreciated.
Sure thing.
This might honestly just be like a always on top kind of situation, where we just figure out a way to always render it at the top so it's always in focus, even while I'm doing other stuff. But we'll have to figure that out later. I'll switch over to working. Even if it's a little laggy, you guys will just have to bear with it for now. I do apologize. Anyways, so you guys get my little frog little cursor anyways. So we have a little test bed here today with a lot of the stuff that we've already been working on in our game. This is our primary development area. Each of our developers actually gets their own little folder. This is the folder that I get. And it tests a bunch of features in our game. Ooh, scary. But we have this spooky little area where we could test out a bunch of our code base. Specifically, cutscenes and interaction boxes. So I can kind of show you guys what we have so far. And you might have already seen some of this stuff in the game. So we got basic pop-ups. And I actually even included little tutorials. But this one's got a little camera cutscene. Walk around, take a little look-see. And it'll return the camera back. We have one without a pop-up, so just a generic kind of camera movement for when we're trying to get the player's attention to some place that they need to see. And then a chain camera. So if we want to guide the player through multiple steps of a puzzle process, especially since we'll be having a lot more puzzles in our game, we were gonna have some nice new features in our game. This one's completely new. We made this one a few weeks ago. Well, these ones have been quite old. I'll talk about that in a little bit. So the rest of these are unused and don't really do anything. Or actually, we haven't even tested these, I think. We could probably test them today. Sure. So what these all supposed to do is they're all little triggers for different things in our game. This first one is this kind of like interaction box that we have. You can step inside of it, but as long as you can press E on it, which is our interaction key, it'll actually activate a source of code. But since nothing's plugged into it yet, which we'll actually plug in just a little bit, we can basically check whenever the player interacts in a space, just in a more general manner, or they can interact with things that don't have interaction code normally, like a key on the ground or something like that. Not gonna step in this one. This one, wait, hold up. Yep. As I thought. Yeah, that one does move you to a new level. But because the level we're referencing in it doesn't exist, since that was in our original demo, and that's definitely not in this code, it will just crash the game. The last one is a simple rotation location checker. So if you're in this little box square area and you face a certain direction, in this case, this direction, it'll activate a source of code. This will make sure that the player is like looking at the direction before, like, I don't know, a monster crawls out of the ground or something like that. But overall, it's really just here to make sure that we have a little bit more control over stuff that gets triggered in the game. And we're going to be starting to get work on some puzzle mechanics in a little bit as well. So I'm quite excited for that. But let's do a little warm-up. Let's connect our interaction box with something in our level. So this little blue thing right here is the little interaction box. I don't believe I actually have any... Yeah, I don't have any extra code in here, but we can take a look inside. A little under the trunk kind of code today. Don't believe this is anything super important. Essentially, it's a box that can just be overlapped with by the player. And if it receives an interact, it just passes the interaction into it. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to plug into this thing. How to plug into call interacted? I know just a thing. So we'll need to connect over though. So let's get rid of all this old code. Clear that out. Create some space. This is the level's actual blueprinting. So all the code happens in here. And if we go into our little interact box, we can actually pull it up here. But what I'm gonna try to do is, this is the interact box in the world, and this is the interact box in our folders. We're actually gonna just drag and drop the interact box into our code. Specifically this one. Sorry, put in the wrong thing. Oh, there you go. So this is the interact box that we just selected right here. Let's move this all the way over. Put this back to max. And all we gotta do is bind interacted. And what that'll do... Oh, wrong one. Custom event. Is this will activate on player interact blocks. Oops, said that wrong. There you go. And so right now there's not really much to do with this, so for now we'll just have it print something out. Something like I've been interacted with. And now when we press E on this little box, it should just send us a nice little message. There you go. I've been interacted with. And it only works if you're close enough. Like if you're super far away, it won't really work. You'll actually even hear a little angry sound. But it works when you're inside the box. As long as you're inside the box pressing E, it'll count. And if you make it super small, which actually, here, let's shrink this thing down. So. A little tiny little box. Okay, let's make this bigger. There you go. And we can make this box as big or small as we want. I'm probably gonna have it super small. And in our game, honestly, what we can just put here is just any object we want. If we want to have a little interactable, we can do so. Yes. There are very, very few interactables in our game, and so a solution like this should be more than enough. Well, we got a little circle, semicircle thing, and if we press E on it, nothing will happen, because I gotta connect it. So, let's connect it up. Actually, it should be as simple as swapping it out. So we'll click on this little blue box thing. Pull it up on the outliner. Should be interact box 2, and just replace the connection. Delete in that one. And if we go for it, I think it just... Yep, there it is. I've been interacted with.
Does it still work for the other one?
Nope. You can actually have it work on both. You're just gonna need to bind it for both. This is the main reason why people usually make more advanced systems for this, because if they want to support multiple interaction boxes, you're gonna basically have to build a new binding for it each time. The other easier solution for this is actually if you use a create event instead of custom event. And then we basically select this thing. So we're basically connecting these two, but like almost wirelessly. What it will do in the code is for every instance of interact box that's connected to this thing, actually, can I connect? Yeah, I can connect multiple to it. It'll make a new version of it, essentially. When we hit play, it'll like copy paste it over and over again like this for every instance we have, which would make it tileable, but we would still need to connect all of the interact boxes up here. Let's check if that's the case. I've actually never really thoroughly tested this one before, so we can actually see if my theory is right. Yeah, I've been interacted with. Yeah, I've been interacted with. Now, obviously, for both of these, the outcome is the same. And so if you want them to do different things, you're going to have to, you know, program in something different for each one of them, or create a new binding like this and then separate them out, just so that you can create unique behavior for each one. But because we only have a handful of collectibles, and these really go as far as just Easter eggs in our game, there's no really big need to go any further than this. So, at least for now, that's honestly one thing off the list. We just kind of checked that off real quick. Nice warm up. And we'll do something similar for this one. So you guys may notice there's much a thicker box, and there's a bunch of thicker boxes over here as well. These were initially used for the dialogue system in our game, but I kind of detached it from the dialogue. So really all it does right now is kind of something similar to the interact box over here. And when you move over into the space and you look in the direction of the arrow within a margin of error of about 20 degrees or so, it'll activate some code. And if you're curious of what that looks like, this is what it looks like. And wait, hold up, that's not it. That's the wrong code. This is the right code. There you go. So we have a little component called rotation checker. This is some really old code that I wrote almost at the very, very beginning of our game. And essentially what this code does is it always checks if the player is facing a certain direction, and then it activates. It was a really, really old way of doing things, and it resulted in the player accidentally facing the right direction for a place while not being in the right location. And so they would like outright miss cutscenes in our demos. So we fixed it up in our code. We added a little cube. So now it only checks the rotation if they're inside the cube, which you can actually kind of see here. Start checking player and stop checking player here. And it does it both for the arcane eye or the player, actually, if we say whether we want to use the eye or not the eye for this. Pretty cool, actually. And so, as you can see, we just kind of send a message. If the rotation is triggered while it's being checked, it'll just send out a little call rotation location detected, and then it'll just stop detecting the player and go on cooldown. This cooldown is something we just hard set, but I'm actually gonna, for the sake of today, promote this to a little variable and make this configurable by our other little programmers. We'll call this rotation location cooldown. And the only other thing here is this nice do once system that we have in place. If it's false, then it will loop forever. As long as they're standing in there every few seconds, it'll send out a little pulse and activate a bunch of other code. Or if we set it to true, then it'll just never do it again. This is typically useful for when I'm running a lot of code for dialogue, and I only want the dialogue to run once. So, we're actually just going to go through a pretty similar process as we did with the interaction boxes. We're just going to go grab this rotation collision little block here and bind an event to rotation location detected. And we're going to create a custom event like so. This one's going to be player facing direction. Rot detected in location. Cool. And then we'll just do something similar. I have been seen. Like so. And now, let's go check it out. So hopefully if we enter here in this direction, it won't work. And in any other direction other than in this direction, it'll keep working. So the better question is, did I set this to one-time use? It is only do once, so let's turn that off. Oop. Cool. Oh. What did I set that cooldown to? Three seconds. Let's open this up so we can adjust it, and we'll set it to 1 second. We're trying to get this thing to work every tick, or every second or so. Oh, I know what's wrong. Hold up. Let's walk out. Wait a second. Walk back in. Oh no, it's broken. Okay. Even though I've set it so that it doesn't do it once, it is still broken. Interesting. So let's go back and check. So what we can typically do is add a few toggle breakpoints here. So and we can kind of just watch it run as we play. There you go. So it said it sensed that we were facing the right direction. Go to the next frame. Okay, so it's just going through a bunch of checks. And then we wait for a little delay. The delay completes. It sends a loop back. But it doesn't tell the player to start checking player again. Because we ran stop checking player and never started checking player again. Alright. All we gotta do is... Oh, this looks so cursed. We gotta do this. Oh, doesn't that look pretty? And by pretty, I mean absolutely horrendous. So
in all the wrong places, man.
yeah, this is one of those rare situations where we're basically running the flow backwards because we basically want it to loop around. But obviously this is not the way you want to do it, especially for prettiness. The real way you want to do it is just going over here, connecting it like this, and letting it flow as one cohesive line. Ew. Hold up. There you go. Now, organizing this kind of stuff is more or less optional, but since I got a lot of people I'm working with, it's basically mandatory. Yeah, looks like we have an error here. We need to connect it to our rotation checker. And we can turn off all these toggles. And once we turn off all those toggles, hopefully that should fix the problem. Oh, I know why. I think okay, there's some old code that's misbehaving. I think I know it's wrong. So in our old rotation checker, I used to have it so that when the rotation check was triggered, it would destroy itself. Oh yeah, you can tell this is old by how unorganized it is. Go take a look around and clean this up. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, so this reset after delay is its own thing. We actually just want to get rid of this because we have this now implemented in some of our newer code. So this used to be an issue. Actually, we don't even need the do once. You don't even need the delay because in our new code, our rotation collision is already delayed and is already done once. So we already have this code protected by this little block that I've already written. So there are 2 layers of protection to prevent an infinite loop happening. There you go.
Yeah.
I have been seen. And as long as I'm facing that direction, it'll constantly activate. Cool.
Alright, bug fixed.
Bug fixed. And now we'll check the other ones. So we have a little detect eye here as well. We'll see if this works as it intended. Oh. Oh, okay, that's weird.
Interesting. It's
So,
your eye is you, but it's still activated whenever you look in the direction.
Yeah. So what we're trying to accomplish here for this section is only when the player swaps into the eye. Oh, actually, I just realized I never actually showed people on stream what the eye looks like when it's thrown and switched into. So yeah, in our game, one of our basic mechanics is your ability to throw your eye. And when you hit the aim button again, you can right click and it'll swap to it, changing your world view. You can see a lot more things in this view, and you can also see your character over there. And access areas you can't access usually because your eye is really small, or see things you can't usually see because your eye is magical. And you can swap to and fro as necessary to survive in a very dangerous environment. What's supposed to happen here is if your eye is in this area and you swap into it, only then will it activate the I have been seen at the top right corner. But as of right now, it does it for both.
It's doing it, it's just weird about it.
Yeah, now it's activating it even if I'm not in the eye, right? And so we can actually...
We don't want that.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Yo, wait. I think my frog model just fixed itself when I entered the blueprints.
I think that's because you're not having to render things at the same time.
Yeah. So if I'm... Oh, yeah. So it's an Unreal Engine option, huh?
Yeah.
Hold up. Let's change everything to medium.
Why do you have it set so high in Unreal Engine?
Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about that. That's no issue. Material quality level.
It might also be because technically while you're working in the engine, it's uncompiled, so it's not really optimized as much.
Yeah, I think what's happening, at least right now, and I'm not actually quite sure if there even is a setting. We can explore the settings page a little bit here, because if it is an Unreal Engine page, that might be actually something we can fix. It might. I'm guessing it's probably under viewport. Nope. Is there something like for focus? Might be engine settings. No. We'll try viewport. Nope. A lot of keybinds though. That's for sure. Yeah. Well, we'll do some research into it. If it's just here, then I don't honestly think it'll be too much of an issue.
Yeah, I also know that we did plan to do gaming segments for the streams later on, so we definitely have to test out the performance in that too.
For sure. Fair game. Well, let's go back to solving the problem at hand. So we have an issue, if I remember correctly. We have an issue with it checking our rotation even if we are, even if we aren't the eye. So we specify here whether it should detect the eye or not. And it only really checks if the eye is in before it starts checking the player. And so instead what we need to do is we need to have it check for the eye and check whether the player is in the eye, which is actually an available variable we can access from anywhere. If we get our Witch game instance, we should be able to get in eye. as a variable. But that's has eye. Hold up. As eye is a different variable. Did I get this wrong? Oh, it is the player. It's player data. I should have known. That's actually fair. Get player character. Cast to first person character. And from here we should be able to access in eye. There you go. Okay, so now we have to create a piece of logic that can compare both the state of whether they're in the eye and whether the arcane eye is actually in. But we don't want it to immediately just start checking and stop checking if the eye enters or leaves. So what we're actually going to want to do is almost disconnect this here and connect these to a gate is what I'm thinking. So we have a little gate that gets opened and closed. And so if the arcane eye enters the area, it opens the gate, allowing pulses to enter. And when the eye leaves, it closes the gate, stopping any pulses from entering. And once we're done here, we can actually even connect this to probably even something from the player. Can you do bind eye switched? Oh yeah. So we just connect this behavior. Oh, we may even need to move this. Oh, this is gonna look ugly.
Hello. We are working on our studio's game right now. Just taking a look at bug fixing.
Yeah, we're working on bug fixing a little game called Eye of the Beholder. It's a first person horror puzzler. And you basically throw your eye and you look the world through the eye. We're currently in our debug world right now, messing around with some old and new code. Trying to get some of our old demo content from our Steam demo updated for the full version of our game. But yeah, glad you're stopping by, and I hope you enjoy. We're just going to be doing a lot of bug fixing today. Actually, we've already got a few stuff done. We fixed 2 or 3 things already. But we're kind of having a bug in the game right now where when the player enters this area that's supposed to detect whether the eye is facing in a certain direction, even if they aren't in the area, it'll still break a bunch of stuff. Right now I've actually completely broken it, so I'm gonna have to go sit down and fix it. But the normal behavior for this one is you're supposed to walk into the square and face a direction, and you get something in the top left corner. In this case, it's just a little debug message saying I've been seen, which is like looking at this N thing. And if you face in any other direction or even face that N outside of the square, nothing happens. We're building a lot of these hidden triggers to help with puzzle creation for our little designers. Anyways, we got some bugs to fix, so let's go back to what we were doing before. We currently have a way to check whether the eye is in the square or not, right here. But just because the eye is in the square doesn't mean we immediately need to start checking our rotation, because for all we know, the player could actually not be in the eye at all. They're actually, in fact, just in their player character. And it will still detect they're facing the N, which is not really what we want. The behavior we want right now is only when the player switches into the eye and is seeing the world through the eye that it activates the code. So what I'm thinking is we'll probably have some sort of custom event pulled down here. quite interesting. Yeah, we'll do... This section should run when the player switches their eye. So, player switched eye. So... And if they have switched their eye, and they're currently in their eye, I believe. Yeah, so this should return true if they're in the eye. Actually, you can just take this, connect this here. So if they're in the eye, oh wow, that's definitely made a little bit of a mess. Let's compress this into a little alcove. Collapse nodes. So that's out of our way. Clean this up a bit. So if it is true, then you can start checking the player. And if it's false, stop checking the player. And also, if the eye ever leaves the box, we'll also stop checking. Right before closing it, so it can't detect anymore. That caused a bunch of errors because we need to connect this. Okay. Hopefully, if I did all my mental maths right. Oh, oops, almost forgot to turn on the detect eye feature. So if I throw my eye in there, even if I face the forward direction, it shouldn't activate. But if I switch to my eye, yeah, it activates. I haven't seen. Now
we have a question. Have you worked on games before this? You seem to be experienced.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've been working on this game for a few months already, but I've been working on Unreal Engine for almost 8-ish or so years already. I've been working largely smaller projects, but I have a lot of stuff on itch.io, little horror games, little mini games here and there. But I've kind of already worked and very familiar with working with other people in games too. We're part of a group of about, say, 13 people right now, working on this game together. And I've been helping most of all of our programmers out since I've been programming for the longest amount of time. Oh, okay, so we have another problem.
Oh yeah?
Once the eye gets detected as being seen, now the floodgates are open. Okay, so that looks like it works. And then when you switch out, does it stop?
I think it was detecting it when you swapped it. Wait.
Oh, yep, it's still going even though I've left the eye.
Mm-hmm.
So
You
that
might not
means
be detecting when you leave the eye.
Mm-hmm. That could be it. Or it could also just be confused. Here, let me swap these just to see what would happen. Oh. Oh, not in the square. Let's retrieve that. There you go. Okay, well that inverted it, so that means the code definitely worked. I typically use that as a really quick trick to test code on whether it actually worked or not. I invert its behavior and see if I notice a difference. Because if a difference happened, that means the code works. Okay, so we're clearly missing some sort of logic here, is what I'm thinking of. There's nothing explicitly wrong with what we've written, but we're gonna need something on top of it to make sure that the code gets properly disabled when the eye switches back out. So for that to happen, we might need to add some sort of delay check, is what I'm thinking of. Here. Simplest answer is usually the right answer for this section. So what I'll do is a little bit after the player switches their eye, this code clearly isn't being ran properly when they're switching between their eye states. Oh! Oh. Wait. I think I know what's wrong. Okay, I have a little bit of a theory now.
What's the theory?
Yeah, so when the eye switches out, like when you right click out of the eye in this area, right? And you go back out in that action, I have coded it so that it not only stops checking the player, but it immediately closes this gate. And what I'm thinking is, right as this gate is closing, this is activating and trying to get in to let it know to stop checking the player. But I think it's... No, wait. Hold up. No, now I'm getting confused, because this code only runs... Let me comment this so I don't get confused anymore. This code runs when the object leaves the square. This is what I get for not commenting my code properly. Let's comment my code properly so this don't happen no more.
Getting that healthy practice of comments, dude.
Yeah,
I'm not. Gotta read this.
Yeah, I'm not too used to working with too many other people. That's definitely something I'm quite new at. But making games, I've done that for a while. Anyways, we'll comment this code as well. Separate it from everything else. This code runs when an object enters the square. This runs when player switches cameras. And we'll pin that so it's available at any size. And we'll also get rid of this, so I don't see that anymore. And then this is code that toggles detection behavior. I spelled detection wrong.
Rough.
There you go. Oh. Okay, so the fix I did earlier actually introduced a new problem.
Oh dear.
Yeah. That's probably why I didn't use the solution at the time. I'm like kind of like backtracking as to what I had initially, or what my thought process initially was when I was writing this code like 4 months ago. This is one of the earliest pieces of code we had for our level designers. And so it really was not checked well or as thoroughly as it should have been during our development timeline. But I think what's happening is after the delay, that rotation cooldown, they immediately start checking the player again. And so that check is never disabled.
Ah.
Which means in here, in this loop, I'm actually going to have to create another check. This is the logic that we were missing earlier. Essentially, this logic check can take whether the player is in the eye or not. So I'll actually even go as far as copying this, connecting it here, and then actually plugging it into this thing. So now it's an input here. You can see it show up here now. And plugging it actually just straight into this branch. So if the player is in the eye, right, they can start checking the player. But if they aren't, then just loop normally, like so. But this code really should only be run if they are trying to detect the eye, since there's a mode where the player is the one being detected, not the eye. So we'll have to add another one here specifically for that, is what I'm thinking. I have no idea if this is gonna work. This is more of a guess on my side. But if it detects eye, then it, or if we tell it to use the detect eye, it'll run all this code. But if it doesn't, it'll just skip straight past it. And repeat the behavior we wanted it to observe before. No clue if that's gonna work, but we'll try. So, eyes in, facing a direction. I have been seen. Switch out, and it stops. Switch in, it works. We face a different direction. Switch out, and even if I'm facing that direction, it isn't working, no matter what direction I face. Only if I'm in the eye and facing the direction. Oh. Uh-oh.
I think you changed the direction of it.
It inverted. Oh, that's a deep bug. Uh-oh. I think we found a thread of a very, very long-lasting bug in our game.
Oh no.
Yeah, because that's no longer my code. That's how the rotation for the eye is calculated. Oh no.
Definitely gonna have to write that down.
Definitely gonna need to write that down.
Does this game have a budget, or is it relying on volunteering, such as in such a moment? The game kind of does have a budget, but we're also volunteering at the same time.
It's actually a bit of a hybrid. This game is created by largely a group of college students, and at least for now, they are running off a budget for like all the key stuff, marketing, campaign, resources. But a lot of them are kind of pitching together to try to make this game and start a studio off of it. That's what really Final Croak is largely right
we're
now.
trying to start a studio or up our repertoire.
Yep. Either way, it's a win-win.
Did I say that French word right? I feel like I didn't.
Repertoire? In this context?
Repertoire.
I just say repertoire. Oh.
Okay. That definitely ain't English. Yeah. Oh, hello. How are you?
Hello. How's it going?
We are working on bug fixing in our studio's first game.
Yep. We've been making a horror game, first person, you know, the whole shebang. If you've seen anything from our game trailers on this channel, we're currently working in a nice development suite that I've created, and we're testing out some really old features in our game, trying to see if they still worked with the newest versions of our game. And I think we found quite the bad thread. We're actually almost done with this section of the code. A lot of these sections have already been fixed. We just fixed this today, which is this nice interaction box. I could get to show that off again since most of you guys haven't seen it yet. But you can basically go up to little things like this thing and press E on it, and it'll respond to you pressing E to it on the top left corner. Same with this. There's more like an area, so if you enter this area and then press E... Oh, whoa. That's a bug. The staff, like, disappears.
Sometimes, when we fix a bug, another one happens.
Interesting. Well, I did disconnect both, so actually, let's reconnect that, actually. There you go. Now both of them are connected. Now they're both connected to the same output, so it'll do the same thing when we interact with them. Like it'll do I've been interacted with, and when I go over here, it'll also do that. It's currently a manual setup just because we're making sure that the base code that we have set up works. There's a lot that kind of got really bunged up while we were working on our demo for the game, which is released on Steam if you guys are interested.
We got a comment here. I have noticed your game's name is identical to another product under the same name. Could this cause an issue in the future with trademarks? No, actually. Eye of the Beholder is a common phrase. There has actually been several titles over history that have held the name, and none of them have generated any copyright issues.
Yeah, and really the only competition on Steam right now for at least the term Eye of the Beholder. Oh, I'm a little laggy today. Hold up. The only term used in Eye of the Beholder, at least for Steam like search results, is a really old Dungeons and Dragons DLC and a short film that happens to be hosted on Steam. So right now, as far as Eye of the Beholder goes, at least on most of our popular platforms that we're targeting, it's really largely a non-issue.
Until someone tries to patent it, we're safe.
Yeah. And
it's pretty hard to patent something that's already been out. Unless you're Pokemon.
Unless you're Pokemon. Luckily, we don't have to... I don't think we're in the eye lines of Nintendo just yet, so we're a little too small for that. I'd hope. Who knows?
We will definitely be trying to avoid anything related to Nintendo.
Who knows? I mean, we do have the concept of throwing a ball on the ground in our game, so if Nintendo smites us down, then... This has nothing to do with capturing monsters and balls. It has nothing to do with gym badges or leveling or the concept of monsters, which I also believe is trademarked.
No shot. They trademarked the concept of monsters?
I'm not sure how far it goes. We could probably have a little break and talk about that. Let me fix this first, but that sounds like a fun little rabbit hole to get into. What are all of Nintendo's trademarks? And will we get sued for even showing them on stream?
Oh shit. Okay, maybe we don't show that on stream then.
Yeah, maybe we don't show that on stream. Actually, I take it back. I do fear the Nintendo lawyers as omnipotent gods who have full control over our industry.
Okay. But no, our name is not trademarked. We'll be safer now.
But we are actually starting efforts towards trademarking. It's just not that high of a priority since we have other fish that we need to fry right now for our game's development. Looks like I didn't break anything, at least with its normal behavior. If I enter facing this way, it'll be fine.
Comment. That is good, at least. It would suck if it caused issues down the road since the project looks promising. And I'm interested to see over time how this project evolves and completes. Oh, thank you. If you want to play our demo, we have it available on Steam. It's free.
Yeah. We have a short, kind of scrappy demo just released to kind of proof of concept most of our content, our world, and our characters.
Go on Steam and grab the link for it.
Yeah, post it in there. We'll probably have a bot in the future linking it together, so we'll have some commands in. But yeah. I mean, on paper, all of the mechanics work, but I think we found some more deep-rooted bugs that haven't been discovered yet. Well, let's configure this to check the eye again real quick.
Well, I accidentally posted it in 2 comments, but it'll be fine.
Okay, cool. So now it's only checking the eye specifically.
That is also something I should have done. I will do that right now. Thank you.
Yeah, something's really bunged up with the code.
Okay. It has been updated. If you reload, it should be in there.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. I figured it out. So, depending on the starting location of the player's rotation when they switch over, it changes the behavior of what is considered left in the world. I think this is some old code that's actually trying to keep the continuity between the eye and what it's facing and what the player is facing, trying to store them as two different values. And so I think an actual offset to the rotation of the eye is being applied. That is being inherited from our player here. And so a really good example of this bug is if I'm looking forward and I'm also looking forward with the eye, it works exactly as we want it to. Basically facing this N activates the code on the top left corner. But if I face backwards and then switch to the eye, facing the N no longer activates it, but facing backwards does it. So the offset seems to me almost perfectly relative to our player here, which seems to be causing the issue. So I'm gonna need to go figure out that and swat those bugs. I don't think there's anything wrong with the eye's implementation. I think I just have to update our old rotation code to detect the eye properly with the new eye code. So just as a background for the people who weren't here earlier in the stream, this rotation checking code that we have in our game is some of the oldest lines of code written for this game. And so it was written without a lot of the game's features in it yet. And so...
Yeah, we will definitely have to do a check on a lot of the older stuff. See if it's
yeah. This thing, I figured it out. So we have a comparison that's happening between the controller's rotation and the actor's rotation. I think what we're gonna do, instead of getting this information from the controller, I think we're just gonna try to get it from whatever object that is connected to it. This would be first-person character. No, it's... Oh, because we have no way of selecting between the arcane eye or the first-person character. Okay, so that would be the first thing. So... this should be fine, actually. Okay, I think I thought of a nice and quick solution for this. Let's make a new variable that can store whether the player is trying to check the rotation of the eye or checking the player's rotation. So, checking eye rotation. Like so. And that'll be something that will be set when the player starts checking over here. So, and we're gonna need to be able to pass this information. So the first thing we're gonna need to do is add a little connection here. And if I hit compile, we go back to our rotation collision, we should now see this here. And we can actually just pass over that information since we manually set this at the start of the game with all of the code here. So check eye rotation, and we'll just plug all that in here. And so that this is... now this can tell the difference between whether the eye is being checked or whether the player is being checked, which is pretty cool. And then I think it should be as easy as using a selection node. So selection nodes should allow us to pick between two objects based on a Boolean. So we can just select this. And if it is checking the eye rotation, then it'll pick A and pass that over to the control rotation. And if it's B... Uh-oh. Wait, hold up. Sorry, not enough space. Let's make some space first. Oh, wait. We'll select the rotation instead. There you go. Instead of object, because rotation is what they actually want. Get player. Oh. So we need to somehow get the arcane eye checked here. Oh, this is gonna be ugly. I don't like ugly code, but it's practical. So from the first person character, it has access to the arcane eye. So we can get our eye projectile object. And then we should just be able to get that object's rotation and plug it in. Oh, hold up, this is switched up. And that dot product should work. Unfortunately, there's no easy way to test this. I guess we can only test if it works, whether it fixed the bug or not. So we're kind of flying blind on this bug a little bit.
Wait, what? The stream's game description is set the Kerbal Space Program? What happened? Hang on.
Yeah, this is definitely not the Kerbal Space Program. Esther
Technical,
Davis.
but it shouldn't be Kerbal Space Program. What's going on?
It's not that technical, you know. It's not like
Oh.
rocket science or anything like that.
I said the category to gaming because YouTube doesn't have a software and game development thing, so it must have auto-detected.
Yeah, try education. That'd technically be more accurate for what we're trying to do.
Okay, let's see. What's education?
Okay, let's see if it can differentiate. So if I throw the eye and I face backwards.
There it is.
Oh. Okay.
Category has been changed.
Now it has
what is it now?
completely stopped working. Interesting. Okay, it's still detecting the eye. That is very funny how it auto-detected our game as Kerbal Space Program. I do appreciate that. I'm a massive fan. An absolutely massive fan.
Maybe for one of your later streams you could be playing it.
I mean, I have played some Kerbal Space Program here and there. I'm no good at astrophysics. Oh yeah. So you can actually, there is an application process you can do through Google to register a game product. But it typically goes through a long like pending process. So we can like get it started. But the full game won't be releasing at least within the next month or so. So it's not too big of an issue since the game is largely unreleased. And the demo is more of a early access. So it's just a form if you're curious. And you can kind of just Google it online. I forgot the requirements though. I'm sure there's more requirements apart from just what I stated. here. I have an idea. Let's do something simple. Let's print out the rotation of the eye at all times so we can get a good idea of what we're dealing with here. Ah. So the eye's rotation doesn't change while the player is in it. It also looks like we have some issues going on here with the detection code. I think that's just how I got it. So the only rotation that it's finding is the rotation that it has when the player throws it, not the rotation that it has when the player looks through it. Which means I think we're gonna have to dig deeper into the eye object and look for the camera. Try to get that rotation. World rotation. And maybe that'll fit in a little bit more closely. Now let's try to detect that rotation. Oh, we're making a mess of code in here. It's fine, I'll clean it up once we're done. Who knows if this is actually, any of this is actually gonna work. Okay. Cool. So now that rotation's properly updating. It also gets paused.
Do we have an idea of the retail price for the game?
Yeah. The game is estimated to cost about $9, $9 to $10.
Yeah, right.
Depending on your country and region, it'll be different. But that'll be about the ballpark price.
Yeah, depending on the demographics of the people that are interested in the game, we may adjust it to be more affordable in those places where $9 is really expensive.
Cool. So
the average household income is equivalent to, like, for Brazil, is equivalent to like $300 US, like a month, and that's most of their living expenses. They don't really have much of a budget to spend on stuff, so games have to be really cheap over there.
Oh, this is a very unnecessarily complex check system, but it is the kind of overkill that our game kind of needs to make sure that these bugs don't happen.
What would the price be in the UK? Let's see.
It would just be a flat conversion rate for now. We can't really. It's up to our marketing strategists and the actual company to decide most of the pricing for more international and non-American regions.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at the what does the UK use? Pounds? No, I have to take the pound to US dollar conversion rate and apply it to our game.
That'll be more or
less. Make it more or less expensive.
Yeah. But that'll be as rough of an estimate as we can provide until we get much closer to full release.
Yeah. If you want to know what the pricing will be in the future, though, stay tuned. We might actually say something about that before release.
Yeah. We're definitely planning on making more announcements for that. Yeah. Cool. Okay. That looks like this will work. I doubt it'll cause any errors with the rotation matrix, so I just kind of been fixing this bug in the background. Yep. Okay, so that's working. Let's now go face backwards. Yep, I fixed it. Nice. So no matter what direction the player is facing in, that no longer influences the checking direction of this rotation checker. So not only ever truly checks the eye's camera rotation and compares it. Cool. There you go. Let's split this up into its two summary parts here. This is a location and rotation checker for the eye. So let's label it correctly. For eye. There you go. And then this one is going to be the said checker for the player. Cool. And we'll have both of these facing backwards. Yeah, you can manipulate the direction that is checked. It doesn't just have to be left. I'm just saying that it's left for the testing purposes, but this arrow is actually the direction that you have to face. And you can change it anytime you want. Right now we have a good margin of about 20-ish degrees, so you can kind of face like a little bit this way or a little bit that way and it'll still count it. And if I just go here and disable this, you should not be able to check for both. And we'll connect both of them up to this actually. There you go. This is the output, the thing that keeps printing out the purple text on the top left. I've just been using it for testing for most of this, so... They might have a light bulb that turns on and off. Okay, cool. So nothing happens when I enter here. When I enter here...
You said... we got Lewis saying they found a bug on our Steam page. It states RTX 1000 series. Oh, should we make it lower or something?
No, that says GTX. It's supposed to say GTX 1000 series. RTX is a graphics card series that wasn't released until the 2000s. So it's just a straight typo in our Steam page, which actually we can fix right now.
Hey, dude, it's not nitpicky. Getting feedback is really helpful. Thank you.
No, that's perfectly fine. And we want to avoid confusion, especially since like the names of like computer components are already so complicated.
Yes, I would love to save up money for the NG3TX double XR.
Yeah, so we totally get it, and we'll actually fix that right now.
Yeah, no, we'll put it on our task list for things to fix.
Oh no, we can fix it right now. That's actually not like a super big issue. I'm just not sure if I can show too much of this as I'm fixing it, since obviously we have an NDA with Steam. Yeah, there it is. Found the typo. It is now fixed. Save.
Yeah, it's important to receive feedback because small things like that we really do miss. And I'm sure this is true for every studio.
Cool. If you refresh the page now, the minimum spec should now be updated to GTX 1000 series or newer. I do appreciate it.
Yeah. And whenever you try our demo, do let us know if you find any bugs.
Oh, you're gonna find quite a bit. We haven't had the opportunity to fix a lot of the bug feedback we've gotten because we've now shifted to fixing those bugs for the full version. That's why I think at least within the next few weeks we're gonna be taking the demo back down, just so that we can focus on processing the existing data and turning it into a full game.
All right.
Code base for that is also really broken, so it's also hard to fix the bugs in there without fixing a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, we do need to make a new version of the demo.
The Eye of the Beholder demo page. I'll be working on updating the actual full page with the proper specs as well. But I believe both of them have the same typo, so I can actually fix both of them at the same time here. Fair game. Boom. Save. And publish. Cool. They should be both updated now. Ribbit. You're much better than that and me.
I've gotten practice.
Do appreciate it. Okay. By the looks of things, we have it completely fixed now. So, for the eye checker, now it'll activate if the player sees, or the eye sees in a specific direction. And then for the rot checker for the player, it also only activates when the player is facing a specific direction. There's I guess one
how
more out.
How graphically demanding is the game? Well, if you're not VTubing, not that graphically demanding.
Yeah, the game actually, we've gotten it to run on most very old series computers. As long as you have a dedicated graphics card, you should be able to play the game on low. We've actually, and this is not a promise, but we have tested the beta versions of the demo out on something like the Steam Deck, and it works perfectly fine. It actually works at a pretty high frame rate on the Steam Deck, at least on all low. If you play the game on any setting higher than low, expect to need a pretty good graphics card, since it is Unreal Engine, and Unreal Engine is a very processing hungry kind of software.
Especially Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah.
We don't like the changes that they made to it, but the game's been made in it, so it would take more effort to take the game out of it than it would be to continue.
Oh, that's the bug I was hoping wouldn't happen.
I don't know.
Let's change this direction. No, no. I'm back in purgatory. Okay, so there is an outlier situation where the player and the eye are in the area that checks the rotation. And if the box is set to only check the player rotation, but they switch to the eye and face the player's rotation, it will also detect that they are succeeding the rotation check. Which means I now need to invert the check, and so that if they're in the eye, it stops checking the in-person as well. Which is going to be a big pain.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna go grab a snack.
Go for it. I might actually grab a snack too. Oh. I am disintegrating. Ah. Anyways, enough joking around. Let's see if I can actually find a solution for this. Just gonna try to see if that line of code was really doing anything for these checks. Gosh, even for the simplest checks, we have to do so many iterations of code. Yeah, okay. So that's what that line of code is doing. Yeah, no, and we want to encourage these kind of questions. So like, I definitely don't mind, Lewis. It's really, I mean, it's nice to talk about this kind of stuff because I like teaching it. I actually kind of on the side work as a teacher for this kind of stuff, and so I just like showing people like sides of development that people normally don't get because usually you get to see a lot of a game during the beginning or maybe the ending phases, but we're in a really weird kind of awkward position right now where we just released a demo but want to release a full game, and so now we're kind of transitioning between those phases that not a lot of people get to see in game development. And so a lot of what we're going to be doing over the next few weeks and even few months is we're going to be live streaming pretty regularly, just teaching people how we fix our problems, showing people our game, but also just showing people how we do things.
Honestly, we just hope that you ask more questions.
Yeah, we totally don't mind if you want to ask more questions. Keeps us company too. Gives me something other than all this gobbledygook programming in my brain. I haven't used the word gobbledygook in a very long time.
Hey, I got a message from Josh with the profile picture that he wants to join with.
Oh, go for it, yeah. Is it fine if we call him Josh?
Yeah.
Do we want to? Are you sure? Is he sure?
Yep. It's his choice.
Hey.
We're company, man.
Well, yeah, we can bring a new face in. Does Josh want to join right now?
I don't know if he wants to join right now. This is just what he just said.
Okay. Well, Josh, you'll see his name in the credits for our game's demo, but he's been working as our technical artist and VFX expert for our game, and he's been working on a lot of the materials and stuff. And he just sent us a funny picture that we're gonna have to put into our Discord React system here. I'll put it in, but I want to personally talk with Josh before we bring him in here because I don't think he's ever been on a live stream before.
Okay. I'll let him know.
Oh yeah, no. Final Croak has a long story. It started initially. Oh, I guess I get to do some story time today. Hold up. If I get to do story time today, I'm just gonna vibe here. Here. So, let me get this tie out of the way. No more business for now. We'll just have some fun.
I like that the leaf actually is the tie.
The leaf is my tie. It means that I'm in business mode. But yeah. So the name of our studio, Final Croak, actually came from a few other studios that were started before it. And so when I was still in college and I was working with kind of part of the group that is now working with me for this company, we had started a studio just to get a name because we were already making so many games and we were just having fun making a lot of games that we realized we didn't really have a pseudonym or any like name to put out there in the world. And so at the time we were also running a club where people were making games, and since we were getting to the point where we were like, this is like kind of pseudo professional, we ended up with a name. I think our first name was called Sumtil. It probably doesn't exist anymore, at least on itch, or actually you might even find them on itch. But we released some of our older games on there. They weren't like the best games in the world, but they were what you kind of expected from like college level games, especially since a lot of us were still figuring out what we wanted to do in the industry. But Final Croak kind of came out of Sumtil when I had graduated college. And I basically wanted to start a company around, right, frogs and stuff, because I have a kind of frog image around my places. And I thought in my head all the different cool ways that like the studio names are made. At least from what I knew, that studio names are like an adjective or a verb and then like a noun. That was like that's like the formula for like coming up with a name for a company. So like Super Giant, or like a few came to mind apart from like the super big ones like EA and like Microsoft, which are more like those really, really big companies that don't really care what they're named. But I was thinking if I wanted to kind of follow the trend to see how it would work for us. And Final Croak was kind of just more, at least at the time, both a pun for frog visuals and a double entendre for like at the time we were gonna make like horror games with like permadeath mechanics. So like Final Croak just seemed very appropriate at the time. But we've actually gotten rid of permadeath from our game. We had it near the beginning, but we've gotten rid of it because it just wasn't proven that too much fun. So a lot of that initial joke of the permadeath in all of our games having permadeath in them didn't really work out. So we're still sticking with it though, because it fits the frog theme, and we're just going. We're just going till our final croak. as I'd like to say it. And until we make less edgy games, we may change in the future. There's no reason why we need to stay as Final Croak, but it kind of harkens back to more of the origins of our team.
Oh, we got a bot.
We got a bot. Purge the bot. We were thinking, I mean, there's nothing wrong with adding permadeath as a game mode, but our initial testing, or at least our initial designs for the game, had permadeath as a central feature. Like, you would die and you'd have to restart the entire game. Kind of similar to a roguelike, except you don't scale and it's a horror game. And so in a lot of our testing, we just thought it wasn't really fair because our enemies were really, really scary and you could die to them very easily. So for a new player experience, we weren't really going for like a Souls-like experience by any stretch of the imagination, that's for sure. But especially at the time, we just wanted more people to enjoy our game. But if people ask for a permadeath mode, there's no reason why we couldn't add it. I mean, it just goes as far as deleting your save file in our game, so that's no more than a few lines of code for me.
Yeah, we should definitely consider doing toggle for it at least.
Oh yeah, and messing with gameplay settings, especially like with what we have. We currently have no gameplay like settings, so you can't really tweak your gameplay experience too much. There's no difficulty slide or anything. We just have a very specific baked experience. Because the final product is going to end up a lot more like a puzzle kind of chamber style game, which is what we've been talking about for a while between our company. So there's not really levels of difficulty in games like Portal or The Witness. It's just hard if you don't use like a lot of logical or critical thinking related in the game. Hold up. I wanna give my frog some blankets.
You give your frog a blanket?
I wanna give my frog a blanket. Do I have a blanket in here? You good?
Yeah, I just dropped the fidget spinner.
Okay. Yeah. Here you go.
That slice of bread looks really good. I'm gonna go get another slice.
Nah, that one doesn't fit. Okay, we'll settle for a blanket cute instead. There you go. It makes me look like I have arms.
Oh my god.
It's very cute.
If you want a blanket, we'll get you a green one.
Yeah, we'll need to make me a green blanket.
Ooh, with a fly pattern. How about that?
Hmm. Anyways, I got my break. Time to get back to work. I'm genuinely glad that my royalty free music playlist is not spitting out like the worst. Because last time we were testing this, it like played like wedding music and circus music. The circus music was really funny, but the wedding music was just like, oh, that's okay, that's a little weird. So
Nah, you're about to get married to your software the way you just be working on it.
the way I'm basically married to this game. How far I've been working on it for sure. Okay, well, it looks like we need to add one more check to the rotation checker for it to work in every circumstance that it can be used in. I'm just not quite sure what check I'm gonna need to perform on it to make it work the way I want it to. Man, I wish our other programmers were here. They'd be able to help me out with this. But I'm all alone.
Yeah, we could have talked to them before this to see if they wanted to join.
Yeah, we didn't know we would actually need them today. I didn't think we'd encounter a problem this difficult, but you know, I guess I expect it. I'll spend just a few more minutes on it. If I can't solve it, then I'll work on I'll work on something else. Oh.
All right, and I think you said you wanted to talk to Josh, right? He should have sent you a DM.
Yeah, he sent me a message. We'll probably have like a short break in a little bit, like a probably like proper long break after this, just so I can cool off a bit, and then I'll talk to Josh. But does he want to come in like right now?
He didn't specify. Also, we got a question about our computer specifications for the game.
Oh yeah, this is actually a bit of an old computer, at least in the terms of like developing. Not to like undersell computers, but it is. I believe it's a 3070. I have a 3070 graphics card, an i7, I believe 1300K processor. Hold on, I can just pull this up.
3070's been out for like years now, and I'm still gripping with the fact that it's considered old.
Yeah, it's a i7 11th gen. So it is a bit old on the CPU side. The graphics card is GeForce RTX 3070, and I'm running like 32 gigs of RAM. Everything else is just a lot of storage. Just a lot of storage. I make a lot of games, and so I take up a lot of space. And I'm on my 8th hard drive. I also refuse to delete anything, so I just end up having a lot of files just scattered everywhere. Ah, man. So, if the player switches eye, stops checking the player location and rotation. Oh, there is something funky going on here. Something smells bad in my code. And I'm trying to figure out what this stank is.
Can't wait to find the flies.
Davis, have you ever worked you work too much in Unreal Engine?
just a little bit that I've done with you. I tried it once in high school. I
Hmm.
at the time I had just gotten into computers, so I was diving into something that I was never familiar with.
That's fair. I mean,
Yeah, no.
that's basically how I started. I just kind of threw my head up against it until I solved the problem. So, um, and honestly, since then, my strategy hasn't changed too much. I will admit, and I'm quite embarrassed to admit, my strategy these days is just throwing myself at a problem until it solves itself. I intimidate the code until it fixes itself. As you
Yeah,
can
I'm
tell,
glad
my
I stuck with it and eventually learned Blender through a computer
oh
because
yeah.
I was able to understand a lot more after that.
Hmm.
But now that I think about it, it would have been a lot harder if I just got started.
That is fair, very very fair. I mean, I've yet to learn Blender myself. I've kind of like all in on Unreal Engine.
Yeah, I'll show you the road sometime.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh, yeah, Lewis. Our game was always going to be planned for Unreal Engine. There's simply just really technical stuff, especially with like the camera switching, which we actually used to use like a really complicated rendering pipeline to get our player in our eye to switch smoothly. We thought that we only Unreal Engine had the tools we need to make it, but not really just for the fact that the we thought the mechanics weren't there, but just because we also just had the most experience with Unreal Engine. So it only made sense for our company's first engine to work with would be Unreal. But in the future, we can probably use Godot. We're not planning on use Unity anytime soon, though.
yeah, no, Unity shit the bed.
Yeah, they're not doing so hot right now. And I'm not touching that with a 9-foot pole until something real good happens over there.
Unity would have to go open source in order for us to even consider it.
Yeah, but at that point, just use Godot, you know?
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I've been hearing Godot 4 has been super good recently.
Oh
Or
yeah,
Godot.
Godot 4.5 released I
Hmm.
think a couple days ago. I still gotta check out all the changes that it
Hmm.
got brought with it. But Godot 4 is looking like an earlier version of Unity. It's doing pretty good.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm really excited about. I have used Godot, not like at a professional enough level to really use it for full production like I do with Unreal Engine. But I have dabbled in it enough to like make really small games, which has been pretty enjoyable. It's nice to like have a software that isn't just 950 different tools packed into this package that's 80 gigabytes in size.
Oh
Um,
yeah, that reminds me. Godot's asset store is now open, so people can just go and make stuff and
oh,
sell it.
that's crazy. Okay, I'm excited. We still won't be using Godot anytime soon, just because our programmers would have to basically restart from scratch, and that
Yeah,
in
no.
itself is a different kind of tech debt. Um,
Yeah, that's like a learning on the side sort of thing while we're also making the games that we are making.
mhm. I think we're done. We're done with the tech debt portion. We were here. Let's move over here now. And let's start making
Ah,
some levers and
thank you. Thank you
gates.
for showing up, Lewis. It was nice answering your questions, man. Have fun with your dog.
Yeah, fun. Aha, Davis. Now it's just you and me.
Oh.
Haha. Actually, I don't know how many people are watching. Can you check the viewership counts?
Uh, the view count's at 3.
Okay, okay. So
We got a couple lurkers.
we got some lurkers in here. Well, for all those lurkers who aren't commenting, we do actually really appreciate you guys stopping by. Um,
Yeah, no.
so
Just watching helps.
Bigo. I didn't realize how much easier it is to program with people kind of just vibing around. This is crazy. I usually
Nice.
struggle with motivation too much when at least even recently, but this has been a really nice like surge of motivation for me.
Yeah, we were planning on trying to keep the streams like to at least
Hmm.
one a week. But we can
Hmm.
definitely do more.
I'm down to do twice or even up to 3 times a week as long as it makes sense. And we have like stuff that we always need to do. Right now we're in a phase of development where there's always something more we could be doing. So definitely for sure. Well, let's. This place needs to be lit up a little bit better.
Yeah, I'll be able to show up for as much as I can for the
Mhm.
summer. During the fall, when in-person classes start up again, it may change. I'll let you know.
Okay, let's change it to daytime. This is weird. The game is not meant to be rendered in daytime. Cool. So that works. Oh, it does not work. That definitely threw some errors.
Do you ever have any pets?
My pet? Yeah, actually, a while ago I used to have a dog. I've actually had 2 dogs in the past.
Oh.
Yeah. One of them we had as a guard dog near our house. One of the old neighborhoods I was in was far from the safest, and so we had a nice guard dog to help let us know if there was any intruders, and they were doing a very good job of that. And for recently, when I moved to America, I had yeah, we ended up getting this like really nice, we called him Kubo. He's a very nice dog. A very big runner. He was like a mixed breed, but I'm not quite remembering what their mixed breed name was.
Was he part greyhound?
No, it was something else. I think it was like a terrier. But part something else, I forgot. Anyways, grew really big, like bigger than me big. And kind of little.
Terrier?
Yeah. Terrier and something else. I don't know.
I don't even know how that happens. Terriers
Yeah,
are small.
No. It was big. It was a big dog, real big dog, really big runner as well. Very excited to go running all the time. But when we ended up moving a few more times, and we did not think we were gonna be, we could provide the dog with a good enough like environment, especially with all the consistent moving. And we had moved to like a very warmer climate for the dog, and so we had given it to one of our aunts and uncles. Who is now a traveling nurse and who works as a traveling nurse, and so he gets to run as much as he wants.
Okay.
Yeah. But
well, I got a turtle.
I've been actually looking to get a cat, actually. That or a pet frog.
Like genuine health concern. Are you planning on having kids one day?
Let me think about that.
Or do you just want the option?
Maybe. Ah, sure.
Okay. I'm saying this because cats typically carry a parasite that is meant for getting mice to not be afraid of cats.
Yeah.
Because it makes it easier for the cats to catch and the parasite to hop from the mouse to the cat. But it also affects humans, and a recent study found that for human males, it can make them infertile.
Oh. Like adult males?
Like adult males, it will actively attack human sperm.
Well, I feel like that would have been a bigger thing if we knew ahead of time. I don't think we're having an.
It's fairly recent, and it's a new study, so there's still a lot of data they gotta sift through. But they did.
Yeah.
They did find that it would just attack themselves.
Yeah. that's a really interesting study. Frankly, I don't really care too much. I mean, I think
Um,
when it comes
I
to
definitely
like,
gotta. I'm definitely gonna try to keep track of it. See how well
yeah,
that. See how much
hmm
results that merits.
yeah, that seems like if it's really in the new stages, I'd wait until like coming to any bold conclusions on like cat ownership, because I think more people probably would have like reported any infertility if it was that bad. Um, and even if it was, it feels like it's so specific. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'd give it some time.
It's an odd one, but I would say
I'm still gonna own a cat here, regardless of whether it would make me infertile or whatever. I don't care.
yeah,
I
it's
just like
definitely a
cats.
keep track of that sort of thing. But if you want to
Mhm,
get a cat, you can still get a cat.
mhm.
Not all of them have the parasite.
But this is very
I don't know
dark
how to
music.
protect the parasite, but not all of them have it.
Oh, I found another one.
You will have to you will have to take the time to properly train the cat because
Oh yeah, don't worry. We've raised puppies like from like birth. Like
cats
yeah,
aren't
yeah.
puppies.
I know.
I'm saying this from experience, man. My roommates a few years ago, they had a dog
Mhm.
and a cat. The dog, while not well behaved, was still able to pay attention to what we were saying and
Hmm.
almost interpret what we were saying. So it knew when it was doing something bad or good. The cat didn't give a shit about us either which way. Because like in the cat we hello Splinter, how you doing?
Hello.
Uh,
We're not
The person,
exactly gaming. We are making games though.
yeah. We are also currently talking about pet history.
Beta series.
Yeah. So my roommate's cat,
Yeah.
yeah, he brought it home, like off the street home.
Hmm.
And his explanation was that cat can take care of itself,
Oh,
which is which is the biggest red flag for the experience of roommates
that
having
is
a cat.
that is quite the red flag. Yeah.
Yeah, the cat took a crap under his bed once, took a piss in mine.
Oh, sucks.
I was in the room on my computer and I didn't and I didn't notice I left the door open, so the cat came in here, got scared of me, went under the bed, wouldn't come out from under the bed, no matter how much we tried to get it from there. So we would just have to let it come out on its own, and it did. It came out, hopped on my bed, took a piss in 2 minutes. It was on the bed, hopped off, and ran out the room.
Well, you always got to take care of your cats. Give them the proper attention they deserve.
Yeah.
I used to go visit a friend who worked for a cat orphanage,
Uh huh.
or like a cat foster home, and so I've had a lot of like when I was still in college. Every weekend, I would visit, um, and I would get to be I get to visit all of the little kittens that they have there.
So hang
And it
on.
was honestly a heavenly experience just being surrounded by cats. It like
Oh yeah, no, the cat
almost
was a kid. I
indoctrinated
loved
me
it.
into like just wanting to own a cat. But my parents are not like a super big fan. And my roommates aren't a super big fan either. And so basically everyone's been telling me to not get a cat. And I want to get a
Uh,
cat anyways because I'm stubborn.
I understand because he brought the cat in when it was kittens, and it was
But
like still used to humans.
either
So
way,
it didn't
cat's a
hiss or
cat.
anything when we tried to pick it up.
And
Sometimes
it's
we would
good
pick it up, sometimes
therapy,
it would
you
run
know.
away.
I've heard that a lot of good programmers like it or like cats. So
Yeah. The thing about cats though is they're high maintenance, so you have to be paying attention to them.
there you go. I was looking for this. Where is
And
this? Where is it
Splinter
hidden?
has, I think Splinter commented on
Film Explorer
my story, rating it 10 out of 10 IGNs.
and obstacles. Okay. Well, let's get rid of this thing. This is old, unused
thank you.
code that can just
I didn't know
go away.
IGN rated cat stories.
Let's try out some of this new code. See if we can get it working the way we want it to. This is also one of the older bits of code in our code base for this game, so it's gonna be a little bit tricky to get it working the way I want it to in the game. Oh crap. Okay, looks like we have even more bugs to parse through.
Yeah. Thank you for rating my experience with someone
AC
else's
look
cat
I
for about
check.
a year. I do wish that my roommate would have taken the basic care for the cat a little bit better. Dude, I once found Pop-Tarts in the cat's food bowl.
Okay,
I
looks
had to
like
go
we have
out
some
and buy cat
corrupted
food
code
just so
here.
this cat wouldn't starve to
Oh,
death.
we definitely have some corrupted code here. That's not good.
Oh, we got corrupted code.
We'll need to figure out what's going on with that, and maybe in just a little bit. But we'll ignore that bug for now because I need to test some more states. Cool. Okay, so that works. That works for both sides, I think. Does it still collide with the eye? It doesn't. Okay, so there's a little bit of a collision bug there. Looks like it can pass through it just fine.
Yeah, but Jarrell, if you're planning on getting a cat,
That's
be
definitely a
prepared
bug. This gate is
be
still not passed.
prepared for where it
Oh, my
could
eye
end
through
up
that.
in the house, because they like
Just bounces straight.
if they don't want to be bothered by anybody, they will hide.
Okay, so definitely looks like some corruption happened in our code base while I was gone.
Oh,
Oh, Splinter. Sorry for not responding for a little bit. Yeah, we're a team. We're a small time studio, about actually like 10, 13-ish people working to make games together. And I will admit, we just got a demo out, and so we got a lot of feedback, and so we're working to take all of the information from our demo release and use it as key feedback for our full version game, which will be coming out in a few months. Yep.
yeah.
Just a small
Actually, it's a
little
smaller team.
Although a lot of us are working not really largely around the game, but rather running the business since it's a studio. So only a good half of
yeah.
those people are actually touching the game and really working around with it. Everyone else
Yeah,
is really giving us assistance, helping us manage stuff, all the work and assets and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not
but
even
also
a programmer.
helping
I'm
us
from
with
marketing
just
here.
business stuff, really. There's a lot of business stuff, you know.
Yeah, 13 people may sound like a lot, but
But yeah, if
For
you're
the average-
interested, you can see our demo. It's still out on Steam. Eye of the Beholder demo. If you search it up, it'll be the only thing it'll show up in that list. We hope.
yeah.
So you can kind of see. We released kind of
Oh
a
no,
early access.
Splinter teams are usually between.
Yeah, I mean
like,
teams are usually pretty. Those are the kind of teams we actually worked with when I was still in college. I worked for
Yeah.
largely like student projects, but for games in Unreal Engine, it's hard to work with a smaller team when you're making a game this difficult. We wanted a certain kind of quality with our game, or a certain high level of quality that we weren't willing to compromise, and so we ended up growing to that size naturally, as we wanted to include stuff like voice acting in our game, key animations, custom materials, custom models, and modeling for our game, as well as like completely custom like programming and engine modifications. Like, we don't like to use template code. We don't like to like steal from the marketplace too much, and so we're trying to make everything, or as much of it, in-house as we can. Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
all too good with modeling. For me, I spent most of my time learning how to program. And so I'm really good at like specific engine modifications. I've already kind of like pre-specialized in my knowledge. And so I'm really good at a handful of things, but I just don't really have a lot of time to work in other areas. And specifically for our company, we are also trying to make a game at a reasonable, or try to actually honestly faster than average pace. We've been making and developing this game over the course of the last 4 months or so, but we're trying to release it in less than 8-9 months.
Team 3D modeler. We kind of do a hybrid of our
The Mr. Davis here, who's actually been talking with me until he's had to leave for a little bit, has been working as one of our modelers, although we have 2 modelers in our company.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay, looks like the gates work just
Hold on.
fine.
Let's
we
clear,
need to work
let's
on
clear
the
the air here.
artificial level
I
ones
don't
then.
recall working on any models for the game yet.
Clever.
I can work on
Let's
3D
level
models
checks
because I have experience in it, but I haven't
Yes.
worked on any for this game.
Oh, corrupted files are everywhere. That's not good.
I've. What I usually do though is sometimes I'll make there's a credit scene that I made the background for. It was made in Blender.
At least
It took a lot of technical knowledge to get it done.
for
but I did it.
now, my friend Davis over here, the Toad, on the left of my profile picture, is working largely as our marketing expert, working to produce videos, promotional materials,
Making
and
sure the stream doesn't
models for
derail.
us, just kind of here and there. Davis has been kind
Yeah.
of our everyman as well, so we've actually gotten like animations for our credit cutscenes in from him, and various other stuff. And you'll be able to see most of us actually on the credits of the game's demo if you download it.
We still need to fix
Most of
that.
our team is there, but we had differentiated as well because part of what we were trying to accomplish in the company is to better teach people.
No, no, this is a volunteer project to get the studio
right
off the ground.
now our company is a combination of both volunteer work where not really anybody's getting paid too much, but we actually have resources that we're spending on the game, for both obtaining resources, paying certain people, or actually just getting work done. Money is typically involved with any game development process, whether it's the time you spend working on the game or the resources or things that you purchase for the sake of the game. And so that's really where the money's going to, but most of everybody right now is working as a volunteering role because they're all kind of just invested in making a good game.
Yeah, we're just getting started.
Oh man, this sucks. Why isn't it working? Probably the sphere collider.
It made a 2-year game
Well, we
with
still
a
have
budget of
gates.
11050 Ti. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
solo
the budget
develop-
for a
so-
game
solo
isn't just the
developers
money,
typically do.
the flat money that you spend on it. It's also the amount of hours spent on it. When we do a lot of calculations for our business, it's never as simple as, oh, the money that we immediately spend on the game, but it's also like the hours worked or the food that was eaten in the process of making the game, the meetings done, or just the revisions that happened over the course of the game's development, right? Like the 300 to 400 hours you spent on the game that's not free. Like you had to live in a home, you had to eat food, you had to breathe and exist
no.
with water.
And this is a team of
And
people
so,
too,
like,
so let's multiply by
Yes,
each
the
member.
game probably didn't cost too much, and like our game's kind of in a similar position where we didn't really spend too much money on the game itself, like straightforward. But yeah, like not everybody, unfortunately, this is what really sucks, is not everybody gets the opportunity to spend that time on a game as much as they want to.
Yeah, yeah. Some
Right.
some of our people actually have
In a
another
perfect
job.
world, we'd
Yeah.
all just make as many games as we'd ever want to, and nobody would ever stop us. But like, making games takes a long time, and like when we were actually deciding our company size, it was actually around the idea of how much time we would have to make a game, right? To make a game of about like 10 hours, it would take usually a few years if you're making it from scratch. So.
Oh, I keep. Sorry
Oh.
for interrupting you, but I keep doing
crap.
it because
Am
I'm
cutting you off, Davis?
I feel like I'm the
Sorry,
one
I
cutting
haven't
you
been
off.
hearing anything. That's.
Oh
my God, my headset ran out of battery.
Man. Sorry.
Holy crap! I'm so sorry, Davis.
No, it's fine.
Oh my bad. Hold up. I switched you to my speakers. Let me plug in my headset.
Oh, so you have no idea I was talking.
I had no idea. Holy crap! Hold up.
Okay.
Holy crap! I'm so sorry. I got it plugged in now.
Okay. Okay. Ah. No, I'm not the CEO. I'm the marketing dude.
Holy shit!
No,
I am so sorry.
The frog with the talking mouth over here is the CEO.
I am actually okay. First of all, no, I am not the CEO. That is not true. Don't say that. You'll convince people to think I'm actually the CEO.
You are my superior.
I run the project. I'm not the CEO. There are people above me. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to be a CEO and a company owner, like, while also being a VTuber and a game developer. That's already quite a bit.
Yeah.
But like, for full disclosure, I do own part of the company. Like, I it's not like I'm completely unaffiliated, but I'm definitely not our CEO. But yeah, dude. Oh my god. I'm actually so sorry. I did not realize at all that my headset was gone. I just assumed my music just got muted and I just kind of left it muted because I didn't care. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I 100% did not mean for that to happen. I thought I charged my headset.
No, it didn't click that you weren't hearing me because you weren't actually hearing me. I thought that you were just like so locked in to answer the question that you didn't hear me.
No, I thought I was like, God, Davis must have like left for a while. Like I didn't.
No, I've been speaking the whole time trying to answer this man's question.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm actually so sorry, man.
It's fine.
I didn't mean it. My headset was plugged in, but the USB that I connected it to my computer was not. So it was just a hanging wire, and the headset wasn't charging at all.
Yeah, we should probably start doing systems check.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's a really big technical error. I do apologize for that. Okay, that shouldn't happen anymore. I don't know how it
the frogs
unplugged.
don't have beef. We share the same pond, man.
This pond is only big enough for the one of us.
Rabbit.
You're so much better than that than me, man.
Do you want me to show you how to do it?
Maybe actually. We'll do it later. We'll do it later. I wanna finish this. I'm gonna finish this.
Okay.
Okay, if I'm a betting man, and I'm not, I'm actually not a betting man at all.
Oh, that reminds me. Did you hear about Riot letting gambling companies just sponsor events?
Gambling companies?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound right.
That's
Yeah.
not good.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right at all.
Children shouldn't be gambling. They don't have the money to gamble.
Okay, $5 that this code works from super long ago still works in the modern version of our game. Okay, if I hit this lever, this gate should open. Well, so much for that.
You want to rant about levers right now?
Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's talk about the levers. Let's talk about the freaking levers, man.
All right, he may not have beef with me, but he has beef with levers. Let's go.
I have beef. I have hardcore beef with levers. Yeah. So in our game, our game's a puzzle game. So it's a first person like kind of spatial puzzler with like horror elements in it. The main mechanics of our game is like how the player and the eye interact with the world, because your eye is basically just a detached part of you. But the lever mechanics, I kind of glossed over it because it was really simple at the time. Like there's a lot of tutorials on it. But it's a first person, it's a single player puzzler, so it's not multiplayer, not like Repo, unfortunately. And for the spatial puzzles, it's a lot more like Portal than Repo. But for the game, like levers, we thought it was going to be super simple, right? Because we were just like, hey, the levers are like a very known mechanic in Unreal Engine. It's going to be super simple to implement, right? We just coded in something real quick from like a tutorial, and then we put it in our game. And then we did the same with the levers, or with the gates. We were like, okay, let's just connect the levers to the gates. And so it worked, right? Like the lever would open the gate, we'd hit the close the lever, the gate would close, and it'd be fun and it would work right. But we realized that like just one lever opening up one gate was only one kind of puzzle. The kind of levers we needed to have was levers that could, like, multiple levers attached to a single gate, or a single gate attached to multiple levers, right? Or gates that could only halfway open or halfway closed to create like suspense, or to create animation, or at this context to create lever requirements, so you can have like 3 levers attached to one gate. And then over the course of our development, it just got more and more complicated, right? And I ended up passing it over to one of our other developers, because I was like, okay, like I have to work on bigger stuff. I was working on like enemies in our game at the time. And so I passed it over to one of our programmers, who made the problem worse by duplicating it and like creating a separate kind of lever and a separate kind of gate to fix the issue. But now in our code base, we had 2 identical gates that performed like differently. Like they looked exactly the same. They were named almost exactly the same thing too, but they like performed differently, and they would be used for different situations. And it was just a fiasco, because that developer was like very new to like Unreal Engine development. And so in our game, I did not realize we had 2 kinds of levers and 2 kinds of gates that acted differently than each other. No. This person, like, the thing was fixed. Like and first of all, I'm not that good of a developer. I've been struggling on the same problem for like the last hour. I'm no good either. I'm just more stubborn. The issue was communication, right? Like we didn't communicate well. And like I didn't explain the problem. I think the developer thought that the easiest solution to the problem was to just split the problem, because like the lever and gates that I made wasn't really that bad, but it broke really badly in certain levels. And so the solution that I think the developer thought of was to just create a new lever and a new gate specifically for the level that would break my version of the levers and gates. Except we didn't ever communicate that, and we never knew it. Right? And I was pissed off too, because I was like, it's just a lever and gate. Like, why did we struggle so much with this? Right? But it was pretty merited, right? Because we had different kinds of gates by the end of our game. Like, if you play through our demo, we have something called red gates, which only allow certain things to pass through it, and only certain things can activate it. And our gates could be accessed by different things. So we had gates that could be opened up with an eye mechanic, gates that could be opened up with magic, gates that could be opened up by hitting a lever. And at the time, it didn't really click with us that we needed a lot more of a modular solution to connect everything together. And because we were coding in such a rush as well, since the game, the demo at the very least, we didn't have nearly as much time for it as we thought we did. We ended up kind of brute forcing a lot of code that we really, really shouldn't have brute forced. And really, what's that resulted in now is a lot of inconsistent and buggy gameplay for our gates and levers. So, hey, you wanted story time, so I got story time. Davis wanted me story time, so.
Kind of what happens when we talk, when we just talk.
Yeah. I got a big rant on my levers and gates. It sucked. And I think I can actually fix it now that we've properly like restarted the code. So I'll actually probably do that just right now. There's this really weird visual bug. Do you guys see this on stream too? Is there like a weird electricity happening here? Or is that just on my screen?
That might be a shading error.
Yeah. It's gone when you zoom in close enough.
Oh yeah, no, that's just the pixels fighting for information. That's just what happens when it gets too small on the screen.
Yeah. That's our post-process shader. We'll have to look into that as well. We'll write that down. I didn't realize that was an issue in our game.
That might be more of a hardware thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've seen that happen for like multiple different things over the years. And it's just when something detailed gets small, the pixels will fight for the information, and it looks wrong when it's too small. That's just how it happens.
Our lever check is not connecting, right? Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that either.
Well, we're at the halfway mark of the stream. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
We've had 3 people come in. 2 of them stick around for a conversation. That was nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say our engagement rate is over 60% for how many people have showed up.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, but that last guy was on Twitch. The first guy was on YouTube. So we're getting
Yeah.
both
Yeah,
great.
we got people on both platforms. That was really nice. Yeah. What is wrong with this section of the code? Connection's fine. I'll have to check I'll debug this real quick.
You know, it's funny the kind of life I've ended up in now. I don't know, my mom always told me after we first got a computer, my mom would always tell me to get off the computer. Because I would spend maybe like 3 hours on it after I got home from school and done with my homework. Now I'm spending way more on it, and my mom can't tell me to get off because now partly it's my job.
Well, that's how it goes. I didn't think I'd be spending this much time on computers either. To be frank, I do actually like making games quite a bit, and I've been making it as a hobby for a really long time, so it's not like I didn't want this life, but it definitely felt like to some degree that it like just kind of naturally happened, so. I'm also like chronically online, unlike Discord. So I guess that doesn't help either. Is it the sphere that gets it is! It is! Okay, I haven't messed up the programming. I just put the wrong asset in the wrong place. Thank God. I was genuinely afraid I had bunged something up bad. I forgetting? Metal trim. Because I changed it, it probably reset the settings. I wonder if there's a way we can fix that. Oh, cool, it works. Okay, there's lever in gate 1.
Alright.
It looks like it's still a little
Right
broken,
information.
but
Oh, Lewis is back. He's got another question. How do I suggest things on Discord? Like, have a few good ideas that could help improve the server a bit. I believe we have a form section. Give me a second.
for the are you he's talking about the server specifically.
Yeah, in like Discord.
Mhm.
Yeah, we have a section under EOB beta discussion.
We
Oh,
should make a
we-
dedicated
we-
channel for it,
Yeah, we
like a forum
we
for
should
it.
definitely make a dedicated channel.
I'll leave that to you.
I'm still rated as a beta tester in the server. We haven't changed that.
Oh, okay. Well, that's for me to fix now. Give me a moment. How entertaining, my good sir. Take your mod status. You are now green. Hold up. Let me make sure that your roles are updated.
Yeah. I will make the channel for the demo discussion soon. I'll make it by the end of the day. Maybe by the end of the stream. Probably shouldn't be too hard to set up. Please don't be too hard to set up.
Ooh, okay. I remember now why this was an issue. You're gonna have to talk to our QA tester. Our QA tester has access to the keys to the server.
Yes.
Mhm.
That's Tyler, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Tyler's our QA guy. You just look for Tyler McGovern on Discord and you'll find him.
Yeah, but you should message Tyler up just to get the perms so that you can set it up for him. Because I believe Tyler right now is on. I believe he's on vacation right now, but he should be able to give you the perms so you can set it up yourself. But yeah, our Discord has been a bit neglected since we've been focusing so much on the game, but we definitely will need to spend some more time on it to make sure that it's good for the community.
Yeah, not a lot of people have been joining the Discord, and we're trying to work on building a community. So
Yeah, I mean, so
the more people in there, the more we can focus on it. Great.
okay. Oh, the gates! Oh, the gates and the levers. I'm stuck in gate and lever purgatory. Okay. I'm gonna have to leave this more for later. The look rot. We're gonna have to pass this over to our other programmers. This is definitely broken.
Yeah, we should definitely have them on stream some other time.
Yeah. And then for the levers and gates, I did get one of the kinds of levers we have and one of the kinds of gates we have in the game working. But it'll be an uphill battle to get them all kind of formalized and fixed. I'm probably going to completely start a new system to get all of this fixed up.
Yeah, you and your worst enemy, levers.
Levers and gates, yeah. Who knew? Who knew it would cause me so much problems, but at least they functionally work. We're gonna have to do a lot more work to get them aesthetically working. with our game, but oh, I accidentally activated one of our
Lewis
pop-ups.
says, I also have a few ideas to promote the game. Like you could make videos on some of the mechanics of the game and promote it via Reddit, like in certain subreddits. We might actually we've been doing that on other social media platforms, but I can definitely take a look at Reddit and see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason why we couldn't do like post a fun Reddit. Does this? Oh, works cool. Yeah, cool. That works exactly as intended. I'll need to.
Do you have any Reddit channels that we should consider checking out?
Yeah. We'd like to hear some good Reddit channels if you have any. Hmm. I'll save this for later. Okay, since we got the levers and gates working in, I might need to go back and get the stuff working. But I think for now, do you? We can take a.
Gaming and there might be also a horror game subreddit. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll put it on my task list to check that out.
Mhm. Yeah, those are actually nice local places to look around as well. We should be able to get a lot more specific attention from there. I believe there's also r/indie games as well, if you want to like search through theirs as well. Let me play through the demo real quick. There's something I want to check. Was this bug always in the game?
Oh shit.
You gotta turn that one off. You always forget to turn that off when we work together.
Well, to be fair, if I did turn it off and I forgot and I forgot about something and I fell asleep, then I would be asleep by now.
That'd be fair.
It's a tricky slope with setting an alarm to keep yourself awake in the afternoon.
Yeah, but Lewis does have a good point. We do need to make sure that it's fine with whatever subreddit that we're promoting our game.
Of course. I'm definitely gonna be asking and not just posting out of thin air. But I'm still sure that other people have done it in Reddit before, so they should at least have rules on it. If they don't, I'll still ask. You gonna do a demo, Raku?
There's a feature I'm trying to check for. Oh, I don't even know why I started our intro cutscene. Hold up. Let me close the game real quick. I'll need to remind myself to add a pause menu to that screen in the future.
Pause menu or a skip button?
There is already a skip button. It's just that you have to like spam it for it to work.
Yeah, I maybe need to tell you that if you spam it too much, you will like miss the first tip of the game.
Okay, that I didn't know about.
Yeah, that music was my alarm. It's not meant to be part of the stream soundtrack. Sorry about that.
Here, let me turn off the. There we go.
Oh, do you mean like the demo music?
I just have other music playing, so I was worried that I'd get other music playing on top of the game music. Damn. So I'm not actually even here to showcase the game. I just wanted I wanted to check for a bug that we had with the levers and the gates in the newest version of the game, and I wanted to see if it had always been in the game.
Come this way. We need to talk to you.
There's a gate here, so I can test it out immediately.
Faster next time. We have feelings too, you know. Pick us up and throw us at that torch over there. You'll be able to look through us and see hidden objects. Look for a switch somewhere to open up the gate to this room.
Okay, the bug was in the game since our demo. Okay. That's good to know.
Scary tower in the distance?
The angel will add obstacles in your
Oh.
way.
Wait. Let's go to a different level. I want to test it on this other level.
Yeah. Just keep in mind that none of this is spoilers. This is like publicly available. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Oh, that's just... Yeah, the music's loud because I've maxed out the audio volume. Here, let me turn it down.
Yeah, we should probably adjust the in-game music's volume for when it's maxed.
Oh yeah, dude, why is it corrupted? Ah, that's unintended. Okay, well, we can at least see the levers and gates in that other area. I just want to see if this is a bug in all versions of the level. Crap, I'm making too much sound. That looks really cool. There. On my eye. Oh, that's a cool bug in the game.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't get to see the animation. Crap. Okay, that I got to see the animation. Is it still broken here too?
An interesting thing I found out about that, you
Yeah.
can just leave the eye after it's looking at it and just check out the animation.
Okay. Well, that's fine, because all the levers in this area are treated the same. So, at least for as far as like levers and gates go, that's everything I wanted to check. Yeah. So there's a persistent animation bug with the levers and gates that we never checked for in the beta test or demo version of our game. So, that's unfortunate that we didn't catch that. But we'll need to pause for a little bit, because I need to upload a bunch of our changes to our repo here.
Okay.
And I won't be able to develop until this is done, so this will be a good time to take a break as well.
Okay. We're taking a quick break, chat. Just gonna be uploading files in the background.
It shouldn't take too long. We didn't make too many changes. I just wanted a good time to grab a drink too.
Stretch your legs. Get some
Gotta
sun.
stay
some grass,
hydrated.
maybe. Yeah, definitely get hydrated. That is definitely an important thing that a human being should be doing.
Here, hold up. Let me leave a note here. BRB. On break.
That's right. We don't have a break stream. We don't have a break.
We actually do. I just haven't added it yet to the funny.
We don't have a break screen, a break scene ready. To be Void right now.
Levers and gates.
We'll use it next stream. But this is a break. This is a break session. I'm gonna go stand out in the sun.
Yes, I'm gonna go touch grass. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
Oh yeah. We're back.
All right, we're back. I took the break to take a swig of my drink and
You know,
observe Transformers 1 breakdowns.
I did see the Transformer 1 breakdown that you're talking about specifically on my feed.
Pointless Hub?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, we're on that vibe, you know? We're on that vibe.
Man, you want to watch Corridor Crew later?
We could go. Yeah, we could. I'll be down.
All right.
But let's get some more work done
Let's
first.
focus on our behind the scenes first.
Okay, no more break. Only game development. I am hydrated and powerful. Okay. Bug testing.
Okay.
So, let me pull up the Google Docs. So we have a few sheets here as well. Let me see if I can find it. It might actually just be in our. No. Where did I put this? Don't tell me I lost it. Yeah. Here we are. So, we have a new bug tracker in our game. And we have some very old content we need to patch in. So, we're gonna be doing and showing off some bugs in our game for sure.
Right.
You guys we already kind of saw a little bit of that earlier. So let's pull up our production code because we've been using the developer code, the development code the entire time, and it looks like the upload has finished, so we're good on that. Let's pull up our production code. Have that here, and then we'll start talking about that as well. There it is. This project might take a little bit longer than the other one to open. This project's over like 60 gigs, I think.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
How many gigs are our game? Is our game like?
Our game compiles down to like 1.5 gigs.
Like, and with games coming out like as hundreds of gigs, can you imagine how many thousands it has to be before they compile it?
Yeah, typically it's stored on like massive servers. Our game is on the smaller end, even though it's honestly still kind of massive.
Yeah, I don't really have a server in the budget.
We actually do. We're looking into it right now. It's not off the table completely.
Your wallpaper artwork reminds me of Victoria 3. Yeah.
I have not.
Yeah, it's a very Victorian era building structure.
Mm-hmm. Well, the background for the wallpaper, since we're just talking here, it's for my D&D campaign. I actually used like a live wallpaper thing for my D&D campaign.
If you look in the bottom left, there's a little D&D logo.
D&D logo, yeah. I just used it as like a nice screensaver as I was kind of like talking to people about Dungeons and Dragons. I'm a DM, so I had a nice house hosting party. It was really cool.
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks for all the food. I still have it.
You're welcome. I hope you're burning through that food well.
Oh yeah, no, me and my roommate are going through it.
Nice.
It's been a real budget saver.
Yep. So, just as like a proper update, here's what our bug tracker used to look like. It was kind of sorted in these like lists from like how important it was and how big of an issue it was in our game. And over time, we realized that that way of tracking it just wasn't really that good. And so we ended up coming with a much better way of tracking it with this. A lot more organized, a lot more kind of specific. And I'll walk you through this a little bit, but it'll be it for just a little bit. So this is the latest version release of our game demo, except I believe a lot of our assets were lost. Ooh, let's revert.
Yeah. I think our repository got a little messed up for a second.
Oh yeah, our repository definitely got corrupted, but that's no issue because with version control we can restore most of that. Let's close and open this again. Loading it shouldn't take too long after you load it the first time. But yeah, we use something called Diversion, which stores all of our files on a cloud database. So even if you bung up the code real bad, it just gets pushed back. Yeah. This was our old tracker was made just as like a purely functional, hey, these are issues in the game. And then when it was resolved, it would just be like gotten rid of. It was like basically as like primitive and simplified as it could get, because we just needed something to write down, like a place where we could all just write down in the same place. But like, yeah, you're definitely right. After we got past that phase of like, hey, we just need to fix bugs, we realized that we needed a lot more, like a lot better information categorization to like store things. So like the date would probably also be added here. Yeah, the date isn't added here, so we'll also add that here. Very good point. But we are getting reports in our own internal documents with dates and everything already. So we just needed a place to properly organize it and make sure that there were easy references for everything. Okay, cool. Okay, we restored it. Good. The game should be working again. Let's do this game. There you go. So I can explore our files a little easier. Oh, my computer is loading a new level. Oh, it really doesn't like that. At least my VTuber isn't dying.
Well, yeah.
Whoa, oh, there you go. There you go.
It's loaded, and your VTuber's not lagging at all.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Why was it lagging earlier?
It was lagging the high hell on a plane with a couple things on it. Why is it not lagging now?
I don't know. That's
I think there
okay.
Might be a deeper, there might be a deeper coding issue that we're not seeing there on the testing level.
Could be. I mean, there is a lot of optimizations put onto these levels to make them kind of operate a little bit better. So maybe it could just be those as well. That's not what I was looking for. So, one of our bugs. So one of our initial errors that we were really struggling with was you could get through there was a blade issue with the gray gates. Okay. So what specifically that I was talking about is this puzzle over here. So we had a puzzle in our game demo where we had these saw blades moving back and forth this space over here from here to here. And part of the puzzle was you had to trap them in a gate on either side. And we really struggled with figuring out exactly how to get them stuck in there without them crashing the game. AI for our game has always been quite difficult and decisive to work with, and so we've been really struggling with it from kind of the very beginning, especially since we have procedurally generated levels.
To clarify, enemy AI.
Yeah. Enemy AI, yeah, sorry. I know people people typically associate AI now with GPT and whatever, but the word
we don't
AI held
do
a lot of
generative
meaning for
AI in our
developers.
workflow.
Yeah. I'm specifically talking about the algorithmic AI our enemies use to navigate and trap the player throughout our game. These guys, you'll
Or that
see these
people don't,
guys in
there's
our
different
shorts.
types of AI, actually.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, my friends always cringed when I said AI in a game development term, but because everybody thought I was talking about like generative AI, but AI had been used as a term had been used for a very long time to describe like enemy behavior trees and like enemy state machines for a very, very long time, and we just
I
like
think just people are so used to generalizing everything under one title, in English
Yeah.
at least.
yeah. Well, to be fair, for at least generative AI, there was a good reason. And there's a whole social and like cultural fiasco with AI, and
Right.
like for me, I'm neither a explicit liker or hater of AI right now. I'm just don't really use it, and I'm not planning on
There's
using it
different uses
anytime
for AI
soon.
that I like and different ones that I don't like. I just
Mhm.
don't like how generative AI is being used right now. Will you be making shorts
Yeah.
on the enemy? You have made a short on an enemy.
Yeah. We did a short on the audio of enemies. We also did a short on the design of the enemies, but we haven't done a short on like our enemy AI behaviors.
Or
Just
individual ones.
because I feel like that'd be more like a 20-minute video and not a 30-second one.
Yeah, no. All of our shorts, it comes down to if we can compress the idea down to like less than 40 seconds. If it can't be, then shit, we might actually just have to make a dev diary.
There's nothing wrong with us like going that route either. Like I'm down if like people want to, but
I mean, yeah, it would be a long form content. It would have a lot. It would require a lot more retention. But
there you go.
oh, Jesse, you should have messaged me before you joined.
Oh, right.
It's all right.
We're live right now.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. Give me 1 minute.
You're
Our
Hold
CEO,
up.
everybody.
So funny. Okay. Anyways, yeah. I'll probably talk to her in a little bit. Hold up. But yeah, you guys should just pass some messages around. Okay. So those bugs definitely still exist. I'll actually start writing them down proper. So here's some of our old bugs. And then this one.
YouTube shorts usually perform pretty good. Sometimes when we try it, it performs less than we would like to.
I
We don't
realize
know
now.
why.
I actually wanted to talk to you about that. I actually genuinely think it's like a thumbnailing issue as well.
Probably, I don't know how to do thumbnails for shorts because YouTube Shorts thumbnails are auto-generated and they don't have an option when you're uploading to put it on the shorts. At least shorts are, while they're really good for channels, they're underdeveloped on the creator end.
For sure.
Like,
I mean,
have to tag-
although
have to
I
tag the
will
video
admit, we did
in
get a
the
lot
file.
of really good stats. We did get really good stats from it.
I don't doubt that. But like when you're uploading a short, you have to tag it as a short. Um, and I've done this before on my personal channel, to try to get through thumbnails, but they at the time they just didn't have thumbnails to be done manually. You'd have to like you'd have to get the thumbnail out of the video. So what I've seen some people do is they take a segment at like a split second at the start of the video or at the end of the video to make a thumbnail appear, and that's how they do it. It's yeah, like what Lewis said. But the other thing is making the site recognize it as a short. It's like there's no short option. You have to tag it in the description. And if you don't, it will upload as a normal video. It's weird. It's underdeveloped, but they haven't made changes to it because there's no competition to it other than TikTok. But it's still not nearly enough competition for YouTube to even think about changing it.
And I've now verified this. So let's restart all of this.
Hang on.
We have a clean slate a little bit here.
Okay.
What's up?
Jesse's given us an image to use for her. Give me a second so I can send it to you.
Very funny.
Let me know when you have it set up.
I am setting it up right now. Let's get this guy in here. There's my reactive.
Yeah, Lewis, we're definitely still getting used to working on shorts on the YouTube side of things. But so far it's been all right.
Yeah, we only started it just a few months ago, so it's been a lot of learning for us.
Yeah. We gotta work on increasing our output.
By the looks of it, restoring the code base to just a few commits before our post actually restored most of the corrupted code. We should actually be able to work around a lot of the old corruption and at the very least improve our demo before we close it. Oh, for the image, I can't give Jessie the image until like she joins, and then I can give her the image. But I can't select her as a little PNG thing. Here, let me switch over, and then we can assign the picture. Hold up. Picture. Download. I don't think I can crop this, but
we don't plan on doing too much long form content. Maybe on occasion.
We have been wanting to do long form content for a while, but it's more of a practical issue since the amount of work for it would really bog down like the rest of our marketing efforts. So it's kind of a tough balance to strike from like a development standpoint.
Yeah. Anyway, Jesse, your image is set up. So how you doing today?
I am doing well. Doing pretty good.
That's great to hear.
Yep. So, yeah. So I've decided that I'm gonna be calling all of our chatters tadpoles. And all of my workers or coworkers for our streaming chats toads. And I will be Pal the Frog.
You are making me a toad. That's
Yes, you are.
No,
You're a toad.
I can't accept this. This is awful.
I'm sorry. That's just how it goes. There's never been a choice, unfortunately.
What, do you want to be Peach?
Sure, I could be Peach.
You could be
I'll
Peach.
God.
Well,
God,
we'll need to
okay.
grab a new image. We're gonna need to grab a new image then.
No, hold on. Nintendo owns that.
Oh yeah, we are going to get sued to the ground. Oh god. Okay, never mind. I'll take it back.
No, I think.
Win a court case with. Is this 1 more hour for today's stream?
Oh, it's back. It's back.
Live now.
We're back. We're back. I got the funny error message that our stream DC'd.
Yeah. I think that might have. Was that a Wi-Fi issue or software?
No, my Wi-Fi was fine because I was still streaming to you guys and I could still hear you while it was disconnected. So.
Okay, software issue. Noted.
Yep. It was definitely something with Restream that disconnected.
It just disconnected. Maybe it was when Jera loaded something new.
There could have just been a short disconnect on my side. Yeah, I do apologize for that. We're back.
Could we do? Yeah. 1 second.
Oh, fair game. The next bug I was trying to find was a bug with our visual side. We could go with that interchangeably, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay. Are you fine with me using it now?
I mean, yeah, fine, sure.
Okay, cool. You are now Jello to me.
Wait, what?
That's easier. Jello is what I'm calling Pal now. Nickname from high school.
The man behind the slaughter. It's not here.
Yeah, we'll look into it when we have more of an active community.
Right, that makes sense.
Yep. Because I need to still have my proper debut stream.
Yeah. Also, you're lagging again, so whatever problem was in the test levels here.
Okay, we can actually test this. Hold up. This is sufficiently annoying me enough. Let's actually see. Let's go back to that other place.
Let's find the source of the lag.
Okay. And
it's just buttery smooth when you're in here.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Okay, then it's one of the optimization settings then we have for this level causes it to lag with our VTubing model.
That's pretty funny.
But yeah, we definitely should look into making a Reddit. I think that'd be a good place to access people of like a similar kind of like thought when it comes to like indie games. Yeah. People are like more niche go there.
Have a dedicated mod team to manage it.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a thing. Although most of that is community run, so we wouldn't need to like, maybe we would need like one new dedicated person for it, but it would be.
Yeah, we definitely have to have like a check in every now and then, see how it's all going.
Yeah, I don't actually know how to run Reddits. I mean, I make games, so that makes sense. But like,
we're learning how to do this, so.
Okay, okay. All the bugs that were written down on our little list here seems to be pretty much confirmed.
Should we start using you streaming this with a model as like a benchmark for how well optimized each level is?
Well, it looks like it's just a single toggle setting because it's either completely dying and completely lagging like crap, or it's just not working, or it's perfectly fine. So it doesn't even really seem like a gradient because it's never really performed like that middle ground where it's like just good enough. And we can actually check this here. Let's go to a different level. Am I lagging with this one? No, I'm fine.
Nope.
How about this one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? You know what? It's the shader.
Oh
That
my
makes
god.
sense.
Wait, there's no way our game is incompatible with VTubing Model's shader system. Hold up. Let's go back to the other development platform, the one we worked in earlier. That is so interesting. I mean, I don't think there's too much documentation on how VTube Studio interacts with Unreal Engine. So
We can track it here.
here, like I'm in an empty void right now and it seems to be working just fine.
Yeah, it's working just fine.
But here, let's go schmoove over to one of my dev platforms real quick. And this should load up with the shader on. And then will it just like lag like crazy?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Okay, so what happens if I turn it off?
Still lagging.
Still
That's so
kinda
laggy.
lagging,
It's still kind of laggy, yeah.
but it is better than it was.
But
So
we can definitely
the shader is definitely contributing.
yeah, we can definitely tell if there was like something, if there's something in the like affecting the
Yeah.
GPU in each level just by looking at if your model lags when we load the level or not.
Well, actually, let's go as far as just straight up deleting this, because I was just hiding it. Maybe just...
Seems like
Oh!
fine right now. Yeah.
Well,
it's-
it had a
it's a
significant impact,
little
but not
lag.
100% of it.
Well, that's the
This is an
custom
interesting
filter.
debugging method we've come up with.
I didn't realize that a VTubing model was a valid debugging tool for us.
Debugging for
Uh,
performance.
That is actually so funny. Like, I never thought of it like that.
Now I will be able to figure out if people should be running our game alongside of other programs.
Yeah, let me check something. Yeah, our memory usage is fine. Oh, no. It's a bandwidth issue. It's a bandwidth issue. Because the current it's a
Okay.
bandwidth issue because we're currently running our game on all medium uncompiled like this is like absolutely murdering my GPU. I think it's kind of like permanently stuck at 100 right now. So it makes sense that it
I
was
see.
lagging. Because let me close the other Unreal Engine too. It's just a performance thing by the looks of it. And turning off the filter, this thing, just stops the bandwidth from getting to the point where it starts like affecting the rest of my computer.
Okay.
So there's nothing wrong with the bandwidth. With the shader itself. It's just how much like actual power it's taking. Like you see
Okay,
this?
so it's just reserving it.
Like this is what happens when I'm tabbed into Unreal Engine.
Oh. Okay.
So we'll need to keep that in mind when we're developing on this platform. To be fair though, largely when I'm programming on it, we're not really on the main areas, so it shouldn't be too bad. And our levels are going to be far more optimized than this level.
Yeah. Now we have a tool to keep track of whether we should prioritize optimization or not.
Well, actually, hold up, Lewis, you might be spitting. Let's turn off. Let's turn on integrated graphics for the VTubing model.
I thought the VTubing Studio was already running on GPU.
Oh, integrated graphics.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm
still not
pretty.
I'm still not technically savvy with that. What's the difference?
Integrated graphics is based on the CPU by itself. And the GPU is the dedicated actual like graphics processing unit. Because when you plug in a computer and you don't have like a graphics card plugged in, it still needs a way to display stuff, or else it'll just be kind of useless. Obviously, not all CPUs have it, but basically some CPUs have a built-in graphics card. And it's not great, like it's not gonna break any records, but it operates completely separately from your GPU. And by the looks of things, I don't think... Hold up.
No, Gyro. Whoa. We need you to think.
We need to... Hold up. Oh, hold up. I'm using a different kind of tracker, so it could be a different issue entirely. Oh, that broke everything.
Right
Oh, yeah. When the blush goes away on my character's face, that means it's no longer tracking my face. Oh, we're back. We're back.
You have a lot of good indicators. Your VTuber settings. I'm gonna make that a low effort short.
That's gonna be so funny.
Pal is watching you. Why haven't you played our demo?
Play our demo. Anyways, I'm gonna be comically small for just a little bit. There we go.
Look at the little guy over there. He's so small.
Yeah, let's switch it back.
Oh my god, you're so fucking tiny.
There you go. We'll just put him. Wait, can I put myself on top of? Oh my god, I can't put myself on top of my head. There you go. There you go.
This is so dumb.
Yeah, I forgot. I can just like kind of drag Pal everywhere.
We have a frog on the loose. The frog has breach containment.
Okay, we're messing around too much. Let's actually get some programming. This is such a funny tangent.
Yeah, it's fun to have fun on stream. It helps viewership.
Yeah. So
No fun.
No fun. Apparently, when I tab into Unreal Engine, everything just shuts down and stops working with my VTuber model. So, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes.
Unreal Engine doesn't like the fact that we're not having fun.
Well, it's fine though, because I can, at the very least, if I open up like a blueprint or something, it like instantly fixes it. There you go. Yeah, so the next big thing that we're probably going to need to work on, because after I compiled enough of those bugs, or kind of verified most of those bugs, I think the levers and gate issues, I think is still on the highest kind of list. Yeah, because it's not just something that we need to like patch fix, it's something that we need to start over from scratch. Yeah, and I thought I had a really good graphics card, but obviously, like, I don't really think it's too much of Unreal Engine's fault as well, since I'm live streaming 1080p too. Maybe I could save some storage if I stop sharing my screen on Discord, which I am actually doing, so maybe that'll save some space, but...
Great, now I have to actually watch the live stream.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys have to... Oh no, you guys have to watch the live stream now. Oh no.
Delay.
Anyways, yeah. So, as far as Unreal Engine is concerned, it's definitely not the easiest thing to work with. And I think we need to fundamentally start over from scratch, because I think, conceptually speaking, this is enough to do my VTuber in? No, it isn't. Okay, cool. Thank God. I thought just like opening up this gate on this viewport was enough to like bust the kneecaps of my VTubing studio model.
You never can get over your levers versus gates thing.
I know. This is horrible. Yeah, I have to. I can't fix it because if the bug existed in our demo, which means it was just an issue that remained undetected for so long because honestly, it was obscure enough. Like we didn't really thoroughly test the levers and gates because we just assumed it was lever turn on, gate open, lever turn off, gate close. But the game made it a little bit more complicated than that. And so we're gonna need to really sit down and actually think about this. I don't think we're gonna be able to do this on stream unless you guys want to have a nice game designing stream instead of a programming stream. Didn't plan that. We could. We could. I gotta pull out of my.
Definitely plan that later down the line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because this is new requirements. This wasn't in the sheet that I typically follow when I program. This is definitely outside the boundaries of what I expected to do today, so I might just move to something else. I guess the next thing I could work on is visibility stuff. So in our game, the wand and the eye are not always visible and will not necessarily be given to the player. Actually, in our game, we actually have something called the eye giver. This thing, and if you actually get rid of it, the player actually just straight up doesn't start with a throwable eye. And so I'm right clicking right now and I can't access any of the actual features. The whole point of it is not every part of the game will have the eye in it. But right now as is, this is pretty bad or pretty poorly written because it just doesn't give us a lot of options. So what I'll do to start with is this eye giver is probably going to get a nice upgrade. We're going to give it a nice uplift. We're going to also give it the ability to hide and show the staff. So when the player legitimately doesn't have the eye, then they won't get the staff and the eye too, because it'll kind of like, we don't want to, like, I guess, say the wrong thing about what they have at the current state of the game. So let's make this a little bit more modular. So let's create a quick switch toggle here. Give eye. And we can say at the beginning of the game whether we want to give the player the eye or not. And so let's also have that affect this. So at event begin play, we'll write a quick if statement. For those who aren't aware, branches are the if statements of Unreal Engine. If we pre-specify that the player should be given an eye, then this will be redone. We'll also write a custom event here that will let us update this whenever we want. Oh, I also need to be able to take the eye away from the player. So we'll probably destroy eye. There we go. But we'll get to that later. Let's get rid of this stuff first. So if the player is given an eye, then obviously everything will kind of stay normal. But if they aren't given an eye, then none of this code will run. And we also want to hide the player staff. So let's also hide the player staff. There we go. Yeah, that should be pretty simple and straightforward. So now there should be a setting called give eye, and if it's set to default off, then the player won't start with a staff. They won't be able to throw, they won't be able to do anything. And if the player turns that back on, then the player will start with an eye and it will be functional and they can throw it and whatever. Cool. That's just the tip of the iceberg though. There's more work we need to do. We need a way to destroy the eye if they step in an area. Think of it like the emancipation grills from Portal 2. We need to be able to force reset. Or even force return. So this is actually split into two. We'll need to write an event. Oh, what's up?
stop talking. It's ready to be background fan. Lol. Goes silent. Okay. Let's miss that.
Do I have a background fan?
I don't hear it. Then again, you're on my speakers, so there's a lot of beeps. There's a lot of like intimate audio stuff that I'm missing.
I don't hear a fan, but I could be wrong.
I mean, my microphone is next to my computer, which is like loud fan blaring. And so if it is happening, I wouldn't doubt it. My computer is currently fighting for its life. The next function I need to add here is a function to return the player. So return I. And all this stuff is pretty heavily dependent on the first person character, so we'll probably grab that. Return. Oh, it's recall. Oh, hold up. I'm gonna need to track this down. I have a rogue function I forgot the name of.
Jarrell, at this point, I'm going to ask you, have you been commenting?
Have I been commenting? Fair game. Very, very fair game. To be fair, the code was uncommented from the beginning, but that is also very fair. Hold up, let me comment this.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you for the family-friendly reminder to document the crap out of my code.
Yeah, it becomes real easy to not document any of your code.
Give player I and I component.
Right. We're approaching 6 p.m. and stream started at 2. We are almost at the 4-hour mark.
Okay.
We're off by a couple minutes.
Okay. We'll need to wrap it up then. So what I'll do, for probably a little bit of the rest of the stream, is we'll do a quick review, but this actually gives me enough to work on for our next stream. So
Jessie sent me her new profile picture for the stream. She cropped it for profiling.
Yeah, I realized that it was not 1-to-1, and I did not like it.
and also we can also flip between images, by the way, if you want to have like two images that flip between like you talking and not talking.
Oh.
Yeah,
I might work on that later.
But yeah, I'll update the
work on
picture.
that later.
We'll save that for next stream though, since the stream's basically about to end here. I think I'm good with this progress.
The image. It gives big CEO energy.
It gives big CEO energy. But no, this is really good progress. So I guess just as a quick summary, yeah, today we made some good test stuff. We honestly just tested a lot of the old code. We got some of our oldest code up to date with some of our more latest standards for programming. The Interact box we've confirmed.
We also received pretty good advice today.
Oh yeah, pretty good stuff. Yeah. Here, let me turn up the frame rate on my frog.
We noted that some things take up more resources than the others just by looking at your model.
Yeah, it happens. But
Jello, if you could give me admin on the official EOB server.
We just talked about that.
I'll make an announcement every time we go live.
yes, I 100% agree. Tyler, our QA tester, is the only person who has access to the admin
Tyler's
privileges.
not the QA tester anymore.
Yes, but
So
he was when he had the control.
yeah.
Okay, so I'll have Tyler give it to me if that's what.
Yeah. But yeah, Lewis. the goal kind of after the game, once the game releases, we are going to be still supporting it probably for a few months after its development, but we are going to be taking kind of almost like a short hiatus to plan what our next game's going to be. Also collaborate with some big people. We have some collaborations kind of in the works right now. I can't really talk too much about it, at least in detail. But we're trying to open up more avenues for more kinds of games that we can make, and getting more help to make them, so you can get so the process can go a little bit more smoothly. Our development for this game was a bit rocky for most of the beginning phases because we were just kind of inexperienced at like production level game development.
This is our first product that's not gonna be pinned under school.
Yeah. This is our first proper project that is going to be sold for money commercially, and so we're learning a lot more about the differences between hobbyist game development and like casual games development versus like professional and production games development. And so a lot of what we're going to be doing afterwards is also processing everything we've learned, making sure that we can like pass that on, write it down, make sure we can create some standards, and so we don't repeat a lot of the mistakes we make. But honestly, I'll probably still be streaming. If not game development, probably other stuff. There's no reason why I couldn't stream other stuff like Dungeons and Dragons, since I am a DM and I can run campaigns. But also just Let's Plays, since I also like playing games. I know I just recently finished Deltarune. That was super fun. And so kind of just overall, it's there's a lot in store for this channel, even while we're on like hiatus or vacation after the game's done.
Yeah. We do plan to have a schedule set up for when he's gonna be going live on a weekly basis. So do stay on tabs for that. We will make a public announcement once we decide.
I know. I'm very glad that you've stuck around. We'll take a lot of your critiques to heart, and we'll see if we can improve our main server as well and do some work on that. Make some proper announcements, build that schedule out, be a little bit more consistent with that in our communication externally. And honestly, pretty good all things considered. Apart from the whole fiasco with my headphones dying and the VTuber model being extremely laggy, which we should be able to fix off stream. I'll take a look at it and see if I can figure it out. I'm pretty happy with this stream today. I think we got some good work done too. So I knocked off about like 6-7 things from my list of things to do this week. So only 14 more things to do.
That means 2 more streams and you're caught up.
Oh boy! Well, that means I got to do more streams this week. This is super fun though. I'm glad I did this. I mean, I think this definitely helped me out develop a lot faster and a lot more motivated. And
this definitely helped get attention to our studio. We got a new person in Discord.
At least for if you have general ideas, whether it's for our server, you'll have to fill out the form. For our game, we'll have a forum. We've actually been testing out an internal forum already in our own development studio, development Discord.
Yeah, I think.
But
we have a Google Google form linked in the demo on. Yeah, it's on the main menu.
Yeah. We restricted the access to the specific feedback you can give us on the form to people who've downloaded the game. If you go to the main menu, you can click on the feedback form. It'll link you to a Google form you can fill out. Otherwise, we should, and I'm still supportive of this since it did work out for us well. We should be posting some sort of new forum page in our Discord for people to just generally give us response, so they don't have to go through like a 10-minute long Google form every time they want to report something. So just making it more accessible for them, I think is going to be a good direction for that as well.
Yeah, and our guy that gives us permission isn't really online right now, so it's going to take a second.
I'll be able to. I'll try to see if I can wake up Tyler so we could get the perms. If not, Scott can.
Yeah, we'll just pull up to his house.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Scott has perms too, so you can check that. But I finally get to do the thing I've always wanted to do, and this has all been on my screen this entire time. But since we're wrapping up, and I did actually want to say before I left, thank you guys so much for watching. This has been a very pleasurable time for me, and I get to make games and make them as a frog to the world. And so hopefully I'll see you guys next time for our future streams, and we'll be releasing that schedule soon. And I get to try this out.
Alright, see ya, Big Frog. Yeah, we should have done that earlier.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Lewis. We'll definitely do that for sure. I love how it moves with me, so you can tell I'm still back here.
Test your face. All right.
Anyways, thank you so much for watching. And Lewis, if you want to keep talking and give us more feedback, feel free to do so in general chat. We'll implement it almost everything you talked about today. We'll try to see if we can get them in, and we'll talk to the right people to make sure that happens. Thank you so much for sticking around.